Welcome everybody to the February 6, 2024 meeting of the Tompkins County Legislature. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we have the roll call of members, please?
Randy Brown. Here. Amanda Champion.
Here.
Susan Curry.
Here.
Deborah Dawson's asked to be excused. Rich John.
Here.
Ann Corman.
Present.
Mike Lane.
Here.
Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Micah Pillar.
Here.
Lee Shurtleff.
Here.
Mike Sigler.
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
Travis Brooks.
Here.
Dan Klein.
Here.
13 members present.
It looks like we have the exact right number of seats for the number of people in the room. I wanted to tell the people in the back that are standing, if you want, there are some empty seats here, one over there. Okay. So the next up is the proclamation for Black History Month. Thank you. Whereas Black history has been celebrated in the United States every February since 1926, beginning with a Negro History Week founded by Dr. Carter G. Woodson, the father of Black history, to enhance knowledge of Black history, and whereas African Americans developed our nation in countless ways, those recognized, unrecognized, and actively suppressed. And whereas African American citizens have participated and continue to participate in every American effort to secure, protect, and maintain the essence and substance of American democracy. And whereas Tompkins County's Black community continues to thrive due to the irrefutable contributions of many trailblazing Black Americans, including civil rights leader Dr. Dorothy Cotton, Pulitzer Prize winner Alex Haley, Nobel Prize winner Toni Morrison, Ruth Carroll Taylor, the first Black flight attendant in the United States, and many more phenomenal leaders of the Black community, locally, nationally, and globally. And whereas the Black History Month 2024 theme, African Americans and the Arts, celebrates the unbroken chain of Black art production from antiquity to the present, including Black-led artistic movements such as hip-hop and Afrofuturism. And whereas, for centuries, Black people have sought ways to nurture and protect Black lives and for autonomy of their physical and intellectual bodies through armed resistance, voluntary immigration, nonviolence, education, literature, sports, media, and legislation politics. And whereas, as societal and political forces escalate to limit access to and exercise of the ballot, eliminate the teaching of Black history, and work to push us back into the 1890s, we can only rely on our capacity to resist. We must mobilize our resources, human and material, and fight for freedom, justice, and equality, self-determination, and social transformation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature does hereby proclaim the month of February 2024 as Black History Month in Tompkins County. Resolved, further, that together with our entire community, we join in celebration and recognition of the Black community, honoring the triumphs and struggles of African Americans throughout U.S. history, including the Civil Rights Movement and their artistic, cultural, and political achievements. Resolved, further, that the Pan-African flag shall be flown on the county's flagpoles during Black History Month. We will be having an executive session tonight, and I will announce the purpose for it at the end when we actually go into the session, or right before we do. And as far as reordering of business, there are two things I would like to switch around if the legislators agree. One is to move Resolution M up to the top of the order. That's the resolution that most of the speakers are here tonight to speak about. So we'll do it after privilege of the floor and a few reports, and that'll be the first resolution that we handle. The other thing I would like to move up is privilege of the floor from municipal officials. I'd like to do that before we have privilege of the floor for members of the public. Is there any objections from the legislators? Okay. Thank you. In that case, I would like to go to privilege of the floor for public officials. I know that we have Pierre St. Perez here from the Ithaca Common Council. You're welcome. You can go to that mic or to the desk over there, wherever you'd like.
This is closer.
Very good. Welcome.
Hi, nice to meet you all. My name's Pierre. I'm here on behalf of Common Council in the city of Ithaca. Hopefully you will see a lot more of me over the next couple years. Over the past month, Council has been involved in a pretty rigorous process of getting everyone up to speed. We have a majority of new members, so it has been intensive, and we're also restructuring how we do our committees. So we are now going to have full committee of the wholes to discuss our issues before bringing them before council meetings. Besides that, I'm excited that the city is going to be involving itself in TCOG, and we should have people officially appointed to that tomorrow. And we're also excited to be involved in the county's EMS initiative. Yeah?
Gary, you willing to take questions?
Yeah, hit me.
Okay, I just want to let you know you're following in a line of Common Council reps that have come here and with great attendance, and it's really appreciated. And this body has a history of asking hard questions, so.
I've heard.
Any questions for Pierre? Mike Sigler.
We've been getting several pictures from the jungle about a certain area behind the warehouse carpet there that's become, again, very polluted, and I just didn't know if the council had any plans to move forward with a cleanup of that area.
As of yet, council has not discussed those issues this year.
Okay.
Any other questions for Pierre? All right, got off easy this time. No,
I'm
thank
sure
you.
it won't be as easy next time. Thank you.
I really wanted to say thank you very much. It really is great that we have this two-way flow of communication between our two bodies, so thanks for coming.
I'll be here.
Very good. So next up is privilege of the floor from the public, and there's two things that I want to say. One is that we have these things that we call blue cards. They're located in the back, and if you want to speak tonight, go ahead and fill one of those out. You can bring it right up to us, and we will put you into the queue. And I want to read the rules of what you're signing if you agree to speak, what you're agreeing to if you want to speak here tonight. I agree to a 3-minute time limit. I agree not to raise my voice. I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language, or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. After 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. I agree that if I cause a disruption and I'm asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. And then on top of that, there's something else that the legislators have been working on in committee, and it's not ready for prime time, so I'm just going to give a version of it. And that is a request tonight to not comment on what other speakers have to say. This is a business meeting of the Tompkins County Legislature. We provide a time during our meetings for members of the public to speak under privilege of the floor. Privilege of the floor is meant to be a time for the legislature to hear the thoughts of the speaker. It is not meant to show how many people in the room today agree or disagree with any particular speaker. Furthermore, we understand that for some people, it is intimidating to stand up in front of a microphone and address their elected representatives. Applauding, booing, snapping fingers, and calling out while someone is speaking can be interpreted as intimidating. In order to fulfill our goal of giving members of the public an opportunity to state their opinion and ideas to the legislature in a safe space, we request that you refrain from comments or reactions to other members of the public who have felt the call to come speak here today, whether or not you agree with them. So, having said all that, I will start calling people up in the order that we received them, and the speakers can come to either microphone that's in the back of the room. I will call out who's next and who's the one beyond that, so you can kind of collect your thoughts and get ready. But before we do any of that, I'm going to start with somebody who signed up to speak for public comment, who's signed up to speak via Zoom. So that is Kenneth Fogarty. Kenneth, let me know when you make sure you can hear me, and when you start speaking, we'll start your timer.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? I think I unmuted.
Yes, very good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, good. My name is Kenneth Fogarty. I live in the village of Lansing. And I did write a letter to the board, and I would like to refer to that letter as I speak now. I'm retired Professor Emeritus Mathematics, Bronx Community College, City University of New York. During the last 15 years of my 40 years of employment at the City University, in addition to teaching mathematics, I also served the college as ombudsperson of the Bronx Community College, a school with 14,000 students. I remain interested in the dynamics of conflict resolution and developing pathways to reconciliation. My particular thoughts on the ongoing Zionist Gaza genocide are to focus on its harm to children, not only to those children killed or maimed by the Israeli bombing of Gaza, but also the harm done to Israeli Jewish children who are taught by the Zionist government that they are exceptional. They are taught to hate both persons and cultures of others' communities. Available video of Jewish children abusing, including spitting upon, Israeli teachers, the teachers who dared to raise the voice in support of peace and a ceasefire. This video shows how well the children have learned their hate lessons. True to the spirit of the dictum, never again, which means we shall not tolerate the evil of genocide. It shall not occur today and shall not occur tomorrow. I urge the Tompkins County Board to support the motion and call for a ceasefire now. Kenneth Fogarty. Since I have a few seconds more, I will say that what an ombudsperson does is not only this conflict resolution, but we study systems, and when we discover that systems are malfunctioning, which even the well-designed ones will, even when it has eager people working in there that want it to work well, someone has to step in and fix it from outside. And that in particular is what I often did. I had the authority to go in and to waive any constraints that were misapplied, and enjoyed my many years doing that, as well as teaching mathematics. Thank you very much.
Okay, in the room now, the first speaker is Mahmoud Burton, followed by Sarah Fern.
Hello, thank you for receiving the public comments. My purpose here tonight is not to critique the points of what many of us might find to be an imperfect resolution. I do commend the legislature on their work on coming to resolution, and thank you for that. And it's not either going to be to refresh the most recent series of statistics on this ongoing humanitarian crisis, and I'm sure that many of our constituents will be able to provide those numbers. What I really would like to do is take my time to focus on the humanitarian aspect of this crisis and just imagining for ourselves what is being endured and what is being visited upon the people of the region in this time. And I ask us each to reflect, when was the last time I went with a full day without food and water? If any of us thinking about this, maybe for some of us, we might not be able to remember such a time. Maybe some of us have never experienced such a time. Think again about your children, your grandchildren, and what it would be to see them going, not one day, but many days, without these basic provisions that we take for granted so easily here in our society, let alone the destruction that's coming, the difficulty of finding any safe refuge. And so just want to bring this home of what it is that we're actually talking about when we delay an action for a ceasefire, for urging a ceasefire. When we delay that action, it has consequences. People suffer, the suffering extends, and we as moral people have an imperative. And we as people who live in this, the most powerful country at this point in the world, who have the most potential to influence this situation, we have the greatest amount of responsibility to urge for that. And so again, I don't want to take any more of my time, but I wish to urge the legislators to vote in favor of the ceasefire and for the opening of humanitarian aid. For whatever side of this issue you may find yourself on, we don't need to discuss the politics of it. On a human level, what we do here has an impact and it matters, and I thank you for considering this.
Next up, Sarah Fern. After that, John Berger.
Yes, hello. I would like to urge everyone to recognize that when you use the word terrorist, it is a hate word, and it is targeting a specific group of people, perhaps a specific religion of people, and I think that word should not be in our lexicon. I want to make 4 points. One, the first two have to do with why we supposedly, this country supports Israel in such a grossly uncharacteristic and uncontrolled way. And one is that it is the only democracy in the region. Well, Cyprus is a real democracy. Israel is not. It has a 4-tier system. The ultra-religious have no military service. They don't have to work at all. They get a generous stipend. And they have an unfairly large representation in the Knesset, which is their parliament. Then there are the ordinary Jewish citizens who have a democracy among themselves. Then there are the Palestinian people who are allowed to vote but have very few other rights. And then there are, of course, the people who are referred to as human animals by the government who are in the open-air prisons. So it's not a democracy. The other point, the other reason we always point to, our government points to, that we support Israel so completely is that they help the region against wars and against instability. Well, not only is Israel, but also the United States in the past months have been the greatest push towards wars and instability. So I think those 2 points are unfair and untrue. My third point is just to mention that there was a small article in an Israeli newspaper about 45 psychiatrists who are leaving Israel to go to the UK, where they are immediately given citizenship and can work in the NHS. These are psychiatrists. Are they leaving Israel because there's no work? No, because they're overworked. Israel is a sick society based on racism and a visible enemy whom they can all hate. My fourth point is simply that We have to influence our government, especially if we want to keep the present party in power, because they will lose power. Some people, I'm sure, will be happy to see a different president in power, but I think most people in this room will not. Thank you.
Next up is John Berger, followed by Dick Franke.
Good evening. I also want to thank you folks for taking up this resolution, and I think all of us, at least I think so, are feeling a great sense of urgency, and the idea of tabling something like this is just almost unbearable, no matter, I think, what your opinion on it is. I just want to say, oh, good, I got a couple extra seconds. That the idea of a ceasefire, sometimes people think that both sides have to agree to it first. And I don't think that's actually true. And I don't even think calling this a ceasefire is even accurate. I think it's really more cease-firing. And I feel like we say a ceasefire in Gaza, but the war is here too. You know, we've been bankrolling Israel and continue to say, well, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, you really shouldn't do that. But the Israeli government right now is continuing to do these things over and over and over again. So how many times would we ask somebody to not do something if they continue to do it? We would say, this isn't working. You know, so I feel like sometimes I also hear the comment that, well, what difference does it make, you know, if Tompkins County was to speak against this, you know, what difference does it make? I feel like if our government, federal government, is not representing us, that's the idea of this country, that we exist as a democracy. If we're not being represented by the federal government, then I think it would be nice, it would be beholden on us for our local government to do that and to pass the message up. Suppose that there were hundreds, not just 2 or 3 or 4, but hundreds of cities and towns that said, you know what, this is important enough to us. This is important enough because this is about human life, and we're going to take the time to discuss this and pass a resolution. So I feel like that is really, really important. And I've got 1.5 minutes left, so I feel like, you know, Thoreau, like, people think that he was, like, you know, a great intellect going back. And he said, you know, if I was alive during the revolutionary time and I was told no taxation without representation, yeah, let's go kick some butt. He said, you know, I might have just said, you know, I'll boycott, I won't drink the tea. He said, in the country now, we have a country that's enslaving millions of our people, and we're at war in Mexico. So now what is our federal government doing? And if we as a local government are not going to speak out against that, then I feel like we have no business gathering together to do business. So I encourage you, and I hope that you will pass this resolution. Thank you. And this dollar bill, by the way, I looked at it in the back of it. It says, Annuit Coptis Novus Ordos Seclorum. My Latin is not very good. That comes from Virgil. And basically what that means is there's no separation of church and state when it comes to our money. It means I approve. And who is it that approves Jupiter? And what does he approve? He approves of the Roman Empire forever. That means forever, empire forever. That's on our dollar bill. So we have a problem here. It's not just in Israel. So we can start there, and let's get it done tonight. We're a little thing, you know. I thank you for your time.
I want to say for the people that are standing, I do see one empty seat over here. If anybody would like it, help yourself. Next up, Dick Franke, followed by Barbara Chasen.
My name is Dick Franke. I'm a resident of Tompkins County and a member of the local Ithaca Committee for Justice in Palestine and the Ithaca chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace, which is a national organization. I'm here today once again to urge the Tompkins County Legislature to adopt the most recent version of the ceasefire resolution. The Israeli Air Force has been bombing Gaza almost continuously since October 7th, and numerous ground assaults have also taken place. Around the world, thousands are participating in demonstrations calling for a ceasefire. In the United States, numerous public bodies, including town and city councils and county legislatures, have passed resolutions or statements with the same message. According to a New York Times article of February 3rd, 800 civil servants from the US, Britain, and the EU have signed a public document criticizing Israel's policies in Gaza and criticizing their own governments for siding blindly with Israel's actions. Several factors motivate my own personal support for a ceasefire at this time. A ceasefire would at least temporarily halt the mass airborne and artillery assault that has led to nearly 30,000 deaths, most of them Gaza civilians. Thousands of the dead are children. Dead or injured are children. A ceasefire would open the possibility of releasing the approximately 100 hostages still thought to be held in Gaza as a result of the Hamas attack of October 7th. The longer the situation goes on without hostage releases, the greater the danger to the health and mental state of the remaining hostages. They are also in danger from the Israeli air and artillery assaults. A ceasefire would allow for repairing roads and other infrastructure needed to deliver much needed humanitarian aid to Gaza's people, who may otherwise be facing mass starvation and other catastrophes, according to some observers. A ceasefire would lessen the chances of a regionalization of the current conflict. Local Houthi attacks on Red Sea shipping, said by the perpetrators to be acts of solidarity with the Palestinians, have drawn U.S. and other outside forces into military action, which could spin the situation out of control. In a recent drone attack, 3 U.S. soldiers were killed and up to 40 were wounded. By contrast, a ceasefire might make possible the beginning of talks to solve the more long-term issues deriving from the Israeli occupation of Palestinian lands and set terms for a serious discussion by equal partners of Israel's current apartheid policies. So far, the Biden administration has failed to push for a ceasefire, and this failure of our national leadership has made it even more important than usual for local elected leaders to pick up the slack. I appeal to the Tompkins County Legislature to publicly join this movement with this resolution. It's the right thing to do.
Next up is Barbara Chasin, followed by Alex V.
My name is Barbara Chasin. I live in the town of Ithaca. I appreciate the opportunity given to us to bring our concerns to you. Oops, oh, thank you. Each time your constituents come to this body urging you to pass a ceasefire resolution, it is against a backdrop of growing opposition to Israel's relentless assault on Gaza. As was just mentioned, recently over 800 officials in the U.S., Britain, and the European Union issued a statement dissenting from their government's support of Israel. There have been other significant international opposition, as has been mentioned in previous meetings. At least 48 local government bodies in the U.S. have passed resolutions, ceasefire resolutions, including Chicago and Seattle. And more have issued statements calling for peace. We can't know exactly what your support for a ceasefire will do, but we can know that doing nothing is essentially a form of tacit support for our government's complicity in this brutality. What is happening in Gaza in the present is truly horrible, but we should remember the current assaults are on the people of Gaza's future as well. Those children who are surviving are psychologically wounded, and many are physically wounded in ways that will impact them for what remains of their lives. This is true for many adults as well. The health of Gaza residents is threatened not only by the weapons being used, but by lack of access to food, water, medical supplies, all of this with ongoing consequences. Schools, hospitals, libraries, homes are destroyed. What kind of community will be left for the surviving residents? We should remind ourselves that the people of Gaza are not our enemy. The humane response, one that will be an example to the people of Tompkins County, including our young people, is to say, stop the bombing, stop the war, and call for an end to U.S. support for Israelis' genocidal attacks on Gaza. Thank you.
Next up is Alex V., followed by Zan Garrity.
Good evening. My name is Alex, and please forgive the phone in my face. Oh, good point. I am honored and thrilled to be endorsing Tompkins County ceasefire resolution. Thank you so much for the labor it takes to bring this to resolution. I must center the fact that we lose nothing by giving Gaza room to breathe. I remember being in this chamber a few months ago hearing debate on if this is our problem or not. There is no downside to supporting a ceasefire in Gaza. The mass punishment via forced starvation, drought, constant noise pollution, internet deprivation, white phosphorus, infrastructure demolishment, carpet bombing, and a general aura of fear placed over civilians does not benefit us. As an engineering graduate student, the loss of infrastructure is what I've been paying attention to. I understand how long it takes to add an electric transmission line. I cannot fathom how many resources the 36 inoperable hospitals in Gaza need to be brought back online. I have no idea how many years until Gaza becomes livable again, and I'm sure you don't either, but I do know that Gaza deserves to start rebuilding tonight. I remember being in this chamber a few months ago, cynically wondering if there was a number of confirmed deaths that would sway people's opinion on supporting a ceasefire. I remember looking around this room and hearing people say that we will only achieve peace if more people in Gaza are killed. Downvoting a ceasefire is declaring more people dead is benefit to society. That is, in fact, objectively incorrect. This is a misunderstanding that pushes bodies into graves from which we reap no benefit. This does not bring peace. We have everything to gain and to give. You are supposed to look at children's amputations done without anesthesia and feel as though that was your child. You're supposed to hear about a 300% increase in miscarriages and feel as though that was your own aunt. On a more personal note, I did hear about a family eradicated in Gaza, knowing those were my friend's family. Do not let pervasive anti-Arabness of our nation cloud your judgment. We are human, and those are our siblings. I hear about Gazan school system and wonder, what if that was my education? We have everything to gain and to give. I'm here because I believe that the crime of being born in Gaza does not require penalty of death and disablement. Ceasefire tonight. This is not a tall ask. Thank you.
Zan Garrity, followed by Ben Barson.
Hello, thank you for listening. Sitting here comfortably in Ithaca, the least we can do for our brothers and sisters in Gaza who are dying as we speak is the written resolution supporting a ceasefire now, saying to both sides, stop the killing, sit at the table, give your and our children hope. Thank you.
Ben Barson, followed by Amber Galuski.
I'd like to sincerely thank the Tompkins County Legislature for taking up this ceasefire proposal and giving time for public comment. I recently moved to Ithaca from Pittsburgh. I was in Pittsburgh during the Tree of Life shooting. I myself, although a Jewish person and not a part of that synagogue, but I knew several people who were. And I can say that having lived through that experience and knowing people who lived through that experience firsthand, they would not want their struggles and the struggles of progressive Jews everywhere to go towards supporting Israel with a blank check for occupation and destruction of Gaza. I know my ancestors did not flee pogroms in Eastern Europe to support a right-wing, fairly unequivocally right now racist regime that's in power that is not only inflaming ethnic tensions and Palestinian and anti-Arab oppression within the occupied territories, within Gaza and within Israel, but is also funding candidates against progressive politicians in the United States. Recently, the Pittsburgh region elected the first black woman to the House of Representatives for Pittsburgh, Summer Lee. She won despite $4 million of AIPAC funding against her. They've put even more money into this new race. If we want to support progressive causes, if we want to support recognitions of Black History Month, if we want to support societal forces, if we want to oppose societal forces that are pushing to eliminate Black studies, but also the advocacy of Palestinian voices, if we want to support, as was mentioned in the resolution at the beginning of this legislature, the capacity to resist, the fight for freedom and justice, we need to signal that we're no longer writing a blank check to Israel. I'm sorry that has to fall on your shoulders as a county, as county legislatures of Tompkins County. It seems unfair that our national leaders cannot do what is necessary, but for historical reasons, it seems that that is the case. It does represent our interest. This is not only a geopolitical concern, it influences local politics. Supporting right-wing governments abroad only strengthens them at home. That was faster than 3 minutes, which I didn't expect, so I'm just going to mention briefly that one of the first Israeli friends I made at my undergraduate institution was an individual who refused to serve in the IDF and was imprisoned for 6 years. Through him, I met many other conscientious objectors in Israel to the occupation. You are supporting them. His own family members, his name, first I'll just give his first name, Noam, have been our hostages. He supports a ceasefire, and he supports bodies like this one supporting a ceasefire. Thank you so much.
Amber G., followed by Teresa Alt.
Hello, my name is Amber Gillespie, and I am a constituent. Gaza has been under attack for 123 consecutive days now. Humanitarian aid isn't getting in. Over 27,000 people have been killed and more than 66,000 injured, a large portion of them infants and children. Today, I saw a video of livestock getting shot and killed in the street by the Israeli military. How does this have anything to do with Hamas or terrorism? It doesn't. Keeping silent during an ongoing genocide, no matter what part of the world you're in, but particularly in the country that is responsible for funding the Israeli military and providing them weapons, is nothing short of a disgrace, a grave embarrassment, and a crime against humanity. This is an issue that affects all of us because our tax dollars go to directly fund Israel's military. As of today, some 70 cities, including Chicago and Seattle, have passed resolutions on Gaza, with most calling for a ceasefire, and at least 48 cities have passed symbolic resolutions calling for a halt to Israel's Gaza bombardment. This is not a bipartisan issue. The vast majority of Americans from all political parties want a ceasefire, including your constituents, whose values you are here to uphold. And now, once again, I am urging you to pass the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. We will remember you at the polls, we will remember you in the streets, and we will never forget what this country has done to the Palestinian people. Free, free Palestine.
Up is Teresa Alt, followed by Uta Ritz-Deutsch.
I am here to address the resolution regarding Israel, Gaza, and the Middle East. You already heard extensive background a few weeks ago, so I won't go into that. Is the resolution perfect? No. It overemphasizes a two-state solution that is probably no longer feasible after decades of Israeli settlers moving into the West Bank. But don't waste time perfecting it. The important thing is to add our voices to get to a permanent ceasefire now. Please pass this resolution tonight.
Next up is Uta Ritz-Deutsch, followed by Bianca.
Thank you so much, everybody, for allowing us to speak and also for so many people to show up. My name is Uta Ritz-Deutsch. I am a resident of Tompkins County. I also coordinate the Ithaca chapter of Amnesty International USA. While the ceasefire resolution before you includes some details that AIUSA has not taken a position on, for example, the two-state solution, the organization has maintained from the beginning of this latest conflict that human rights must be observed. It condemned the Hamas attacks of October the 7th and subsequently also condemned Israeli forces for targeting civilians, which violates international humanitarian law as laid out in the Fourth Geneva Convention. Claims to national security are no excuse, right? International law does not allow for countries to claim that in the name of national security, we get to violate human rights. It is not allowed. It is not a valid excuse. Amnesty International has called for a permanent ceasefire that would protect civilians in Gaza. Amnesty has also called on us to seriously look at where our weapons are going and what our weapons, and here I mean US weapons, are being used for. As a human rights educator, I cannot help but be reminded that at the end of World War II, and the horrors of that, the horrors of the Holocaust, we had the foundation of international human rights law founded on that idea of never again. Also founded on the idea of universality. Human rights apply to all persons, right? Not just some people. Never again means all persons, not just a few, not just a select group of people, right? And when it comes to victims, we should stand up for victims regardless of who they are. And when it comes to human rights violators, we should hold them accountable regardless of who they are, right? That's what universality means. At the end of World War II, my mom, at the age of 6 years old, became a refugee, right? They lost everything. They lost their homes. They lost their livelihoods. They were fleeing for their lives. They were bombarded, right? These bombs raining from the sky, falling on refugees, people who are fleeing for their lives. I can tell you this, my mom was traumatized even as an old person before her death, could not cease but talk about what had happened to her. This trauma will not be forgotten, right? Not in this generation of what's happening in Gaza and not in subsequent generations. I urge you to pass the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Bianca W., followed by Roger Dennis.
Hi, everybody. My name is Bianca, and I stand before you as one of 10% of deaf people that can speak. I'm a deaf Lebanese woman, and I'd like to just remind everybody here that the ceasefire is not only protecting the able-bodied, it's also protecting those of your older parents who can't walk without their wheelchair. It's protecting the children who are nonverbal. It's protecting deaf people who can't hear bombs before they die. It's protecting so many hundreds of thousands of disabled people who, for whatever reason, maybe just actually, never mind, we know the reason for being Khaddan, will now die. So I would ask you all to please consider that there are so many people who are now in the position, Palestinians in the position, of choosing between their children, of choosing between the disabled child and the able-bodied one, of choosing between which set of parents will survive, which set of children will have food, of choosing between the people they love. And this is not a humane choice. So what the ceasefire is asking for is it is asking for all of us to do our best to give them the opportunity to have a humane choice, or better yet, to not have to make these choices at all, because I think that's the only humane option. Moreover, I'd like to say something quickly about the Israelis that are in the state of Israel who now have to live with the knowledge of knowing that their people participated and supported and their government waged a genocide on their behalf. That is also psychologically unbearable. So what we need to do as a country, even just starting at this local government, is we need to provide Israel the opportunity to change, right? Israel needs the opportunity to grow and develop into a real democracy, into a place where people can actually be safe. and have food and water. And the only way we can offer that choice and push Israel to develop and grow is by calling for a ceasefire. Nothing will change if not prompted. So for the disabled Palestinians, for the Israelis that are now not afforded the opportunity to change and grow beyond racism and Islamophobia, I am asking you to please pass this resolution. Thank you.
Roger Dennis, followed by Gary Thomas.
Hi, my name's Roger Dennis. I am a retired New York City teacher, longtime youth worker, longtime youth rights advocate. My wife and I have lived most of our lives in the city, but we live here now in Ithaca. What I want to say is that the ceasefire, being in favor of a ceasefire, is not an anti-Israel position. It's an anti-killing, anti-unnecessary pain and death to regular people who are just trying to live their lives on both sides. It doesn't take a side. It's just about humanity. So I hope you'll take that into consideration and vote for this ceasefire. There's another thing that I just want to quickly mention because it would take too long to go into it here. But I have some thoughts that I'm going to send to you guys via email of ways that we could involve youth, high school and middle school students in particular, in this conversation. So, like I said, I will send you email about that. Thank you.
Gary Thomas, followed by David Halpert.
Thank you. I'm Gary Thomas. I've lived in Ithaca for 53 years, 51 of those years in the same house. I'm one of Susan's constituents. I'm also a member of the Ithaca Quaker Meeting and the Ithaca Catholic Worker. You might think I'm hedging my bets. I'm for close to 18 years now, I've been one of those people standing on the corner, at the CVS corner. Most recently, I've been carrying a sign that says, "Under what circumstances would you be willing to kill a child?" And I wonder, from 3 feet, from 30 feet, from 3,000 feet? The response has been a lot better the last few weeks as we vigil there. Last Tuesday night, I sent out 2 emails, one to all of you, and maybe you had a chance to read that. It spoke to several of the points that a number of people have already made here tonight, including why I think it's the role of the legislature to speak on issues of foreign policy and foreign affairs, that we are the world. This is a very international community. There are defense contracts here. Nobody can say that our tax dollars don't go to supporting the military. So that was one of the letters I sent last week. The other went to the Ithaca Times, and it was on a Tuesday night, and they go to press on Wednesday morning, and so I didn't expect it to get in there, but I do expect the letter to be in tomorrow's paper, but this is a sneak preview. Following the recent drone strikes on U.S. military base in Jordan, killing 3 and injuring more, President Biden said that he held Iran responsible for the strike because, quote, it provided the weapons to the militants involved in the attack. The U.S. government has provided approximately 80% of the weapons Israel has used in its war on Gaza, killing over 26,000 Palestinian citizens and displacing 1.7 million others, the majority of them women and children. Using President Biden's logic, who should be held responsible for the horrific destruction of Gaza and the mass killing of Palestinian citizens? The U.S. Congress is presently considering a bill which would send $14 billion in military assistance to Israel a $10 billion increase over its normal annual appropriation for that country. Our tax dollars are largely responsible for financing the Israeli war on Gaza. And by President Biden's logic, not only are we complicit, but we are responsible, which is all the more reason why I hope you can support this resolution. Thank you.
David Halpert, followed by Mona Sulzman.
Hi, I'm David Halpert, and I'm speaking in support of the ceasefire resolution for the reasons that people have said. It's a horrific, completely disproportionate use of force. But I want to speak from my own perspective. I'm 65 years old, I'm Jewish, and I grew up with knowing relatives and friends who've had parents who were in the Holocaust, relatives who didn't survive, and there's this ongoing concern that it could happen again. But as people said, it has to be applied universally and not selectively. And I also think that equating being against Israel as somehow being anti-Semitic is a counterproductive thing, that if people say, I'm against the Netanyahu government, I must be anti-Semitic, that is not the direction I would want to have people think. I think that the only ethical position is to be for the ceasefire. And I also think, to speak to the other point that people have made, I think that the national leaders do pay attention to grassroots movements and county legislatures, and that Biden is not doing anything that constructive yet, but he's softening his message in subtle ways, and I think he needs more pushes. And I think that this is one small push in the right direction. So I really hope that you support this ceasefire. Thank you.
Mona Sulzman, followed by Maddie.
Thank you. I live in downtown Ithaca and have resided in Tompkins County for over 30 years. I'm a religiously committed Jew and have worked as a Jewish educator, worship leader, and cantorial soloist, and more in this community for many years at both temples and beyond. Among the many programs for children and adults that I have initiated and led, many years ago, I organized and taught a course on anti-Semitism for adults at the Ithaca Reform Temple Tikkun V'Or. Zionism, an example of settler apartheid colonialism, is an ideology of racist imperialism. It is not Judaism and never has been. Judaism is a religion, my religion. It is a religion structured around time, not space. We sacralize time. We make prayers at certain times of the day and observe the Sabbath and its start and end within a 7-day week. And we have appointed special days in the Jewish yearly cycle and in each individual Jew's lifespan. No piece of land or building is required. Palestinian resistance, any resistance by a brutally oppressed, occupied, and exploited people, including their armed resistance, is justified and legal, protected by international law. This latest of many murderous, illegal campaigns of the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians is the most openly deliberate ever and clearly genocide. You have a moral and civic obligation as official and elected leaders of this county to call now for an end to this genocide and to do all you can to prevent our tax money, so needed here, from supporting, worsening, and now expanding these crimes against humanity. I call on you to think, reflect, and not robotically, callously take as fact and then echo the talking points of this country's most racist, warmongering politicians of either party who merely parrot the avowedly genocidal leaders of Israel. For example, please reserve that label terrorist for the makers and implementers of U.S. foreign policy, a policy of preventing peace at all costs and fomenting never-ending wars for profit at the expense of millions of innocent people throughout the globe. The Zionist apartheid genocidal state of Israel is a proxy, as is the war in Ukraine. These proxy projects feed and sustain a greedy, insatiable, rapacious monster, a political economic system that brings death, massive destruction, injury, and displacement to millions of innocent people. I am well aware that you can only do so much about all this, but for the right here and right now, I close by saying, as regards this ceasefire resolution, delaying, blocking, or choosing no side amount now to choosing and embracing complicity with the wrong side, the side of genocide. The very, very least you can do is pass, as soon as possible, this resolution. Thank you very much.
Maddie, followed by Faye Gugakis.
I encourage you to pass Resolution M, even though I did prefer the Human Rights Commission version. I missed the last public comment because I had the privilege of being at a conference with several hundred members of Jewish Voice for Peace from across the US. I met fellow Jews, old and young, in all our overlapping diversity, Asian, Black, Sephardi, disabled, Ashkenazi, queer, Israeli, so much more. Together, carrying countless stories of solidarity with Palestinian and Arab communities at the center of this movement. Jewish parents who have helped pass local ceasefire resolutions, artists who joined rabbis protesting for ceasefire at the US Capitol. Together, we also carry countless intergenerational stories of anti-Jewish violence, which many people have already shared their own stories tonight, so I'll skip this part. But I am among the many Jews calling for a ceasefire because we remember our history, calling for an end to Israeli military occupation because we remember our history, calling for an end to the checkpoints and the two-tiered Israeli legal system oppressing Palestinians because we remember so many times our people have been treated as inferior. We choose what our trauma's legacy is, to say we don't want others to suffer as we remember our people have suffered. Jewish safety cannot and will not come through violence against any community. Let's face it, right now, the winners are the weapons companies, and they also fund our senators' campaigns, so that's maybe part of why we're here right now instead. Anyway, our safety as Jews will come when communities everywhere commit to the safety of all groups that have been targeted, breaking down white supremacy and all forms of superiority. Jewish Voice for Peace envisions a future of freedom, safety, and dignity for everyone. To get there, we must address these facts. Yes, there are many places around the world with human rights abuses and where the United States has a role. And the US has funded the Israeli government more than we have funded any other government since the mid-1900s, by over $100 billion more than we have given to any other government. And now that government, the Israeli government, with Tompkins County residents' money, has committed all of the atrocities, has murdered approximately 12,000 children in 4 months, all of the things people have described. So to ever say that there's a nation on earth that can do no wrong, or that there is a government that is above criticism, cannot be criticized, that paves the way for ethical disaster. And here we are, 12,000 kids, corpses. We have a responsibility to ask, how can we help make it stop? Is there anything we can do? Please vote yes.
Faye Gugakis, followed by Ruth Yarrow.
I'm nervous. Faye Gugakis, City of Ithaca. I've lived in Ithaca for 40 years. I came in 1982. I've educated myself on world, and I'm not doing well. Sorry. I'm sorry. You're
doing great.
I'm sorry. I support, I want you to support the ceasefire resolution. That's the least we could do. As I watch the news and I educate myself, I want to see the whole truth. And that's something that upsets me because truth is always buried. And I ask all of you to really think about that because we are losing the truth, just like we're losing our democracy. We are in a very scary time. The nuclear clock is minutes to midnight. Okay, all this that's happening now, that could lead us to World War III. I am terrified. When I'm watching the news, year after year, I see the settlements keep being built, okay, with no objection. Our country is doing nothing. It's gonna lead to a problem. We're not doing anything. Why is this important for this vote? Is because our tax dollars are going to Israel. That is important as this body to make a statement for this genocide. When I saw that water, electricity, and food is taken away from a population, that's criminal. Okay, that's criminal. I wonder what Jimmy Carter is saying. I'm wondering if he's saying something and it's not getting to the media. When Schumer, years ago, was here, I think we were protesting for the same issue years ago. He said to me, unwavering or support for Israel, okay? And he got on a plane and went to Israel, okay? He's not here. He's not talking about the deaths in Palestine, in Gaza. I'm sorry, I'm going all over the place. When I saw recently a Palestinian Gaza farmer, a West Bank farmer of olive trees, and my heritage is Greek American, and I saw him shot by a settler. It's mind-boggling how this is before our eyes, and the truth is there. Nobody's hiding it. It's there. But it's, in the meantime, it's also being suppressed because so many journalists are dying, okay? That alone sends a message. Anyway, I'm sorry, it's very hard.
Faye, if you could wrap up your comments.
Yeah, I just want to say, it's just a very hard topic. As an activist for so many years, this topic is hard because if you speak about what is happening, you're anti-Semitic. And I want to leave with that thought because no one here that spoke tonight is anti-Semitic, okay? We are peace-loving people, and we're sending a message of peace. We need peace because that clock is a couple minutes to midnight. We have to stop this now. Thank you.
Ruth Yarrow, followed by Mark Z.
Good evening. Thank you again for listening for the third time. It's really hard sitting in this comfortable room to grasp what's happening in Gaza. The area of Gaza in square miles is less than a third the size of this county. For every single person in this county, there are 20 in Gaza. Imagine that density. Imagine, as I heard on the radio this morning, almost all people in Gaza have been dislocated from their homes, told to go somewhere else, that it would be safe, and they're bombed there. Even just to imagine one child whose leg or arm is amputated without any anesthesia, and there are hundreds. I don't know if we can grasp what's happening. So that's the horror. The hope is that people are listening and rising up. You've heard how many cities have supported a ceasefire resolution. I think at least in 21 states, there are municipalities that have passed ceasefire resolutions. Big cities, as you've heard, Chicago, Seattle, Oakland, San Francisco, Berkeley, Chicago, on and on. At least 4 counties. One in Washington State, Jefferson County, in Michigan, Washtenaw and Wayne counties, in Georgia, DeKalb County, have passed ceasefire resolutions. Tompkins County can join 153 countries and people around the world in supporting a ceasefire. Thank you.
Mark Z., followed by Eric Chaffetz.
I thank you. I want to thank everyone's work for bringing this resolution this far. As there is ferment, there's outrage, and there's astonishment at the juncture that we're facing here. I think it behooves us as a county to join all of the other municipalities in this ferment and in this outrage and astonishment at something for which we are complicit if we are silent. Remembering history, as many of the speakers have addressed, also means creating a potential inhabitable future. History is certainly something we make. Making a decision here not to put our taxes towards, there are small county share, significant to us. Nationally, only 1 county, but joining those counties is to join universal reason, to join that universal many speakers here have talked about in the interest of a reality we can live with. We don't want to repeat the histories that so many of us as Ashkenazi or Sephardic Mizrahi Jews have faced. My grandmother, for instance, was faced with a gun in 2nd grade and never went back to school in Romania. And I'm sure there are many of us, Jewish or non-Jewish, who have had similar experiences. This is happening every day. UN High Commission is now saying that they can compare the destruction in Gaza and perhaps elsewhere as this proceeds into something more global. They are comparing this to the bombing of Dresden, Cologne, even almost Hiroshima. 80% of the famine in the world is now accountable to Gaza, faced by the population, the displaced 2 million in Gaza. So I urge you, and I think it behooves us, to unanimously support something in the spirit of reason and humanity that we believe in, justice for all, as we all pledged. Universal pledging of justice would mean to endorse this resolution. Thank you.
Eric Chaffetz, followed by Darlene Evans.
Hello. So I come here as a citizen of Tompkins County. I come here as a Jew. I come here as a person with children in Israel. And I come here as a teacher. I spent the day at Cornell University, where I'm employed, teaching something that comes under the general heading, teaching my classes that come under the general heading of the global war against indigenous people. And the Gaza situation is exemplary and the most visible part of that war against indigenous people. The Palestinians are the indigenous people of that area, and Israel is making war against them. I'm very concerned about history. I distributed some documents that the legislature has about certain kinds of misinformation and ahistorical talk that I've heard in sessions here, and wanted to try to correct those. So I want to talk about history and a little bit about teaching in the time I have left. If you know the history of Israel-Palestine, then you know that since its declaration of independence in 1948, Israel has not been and is not now a democracy. It is an apartheid state recognized by its own human rights organization, B'Tselem, as such. In fact, Israel is a fundamentalist Jewish state. And its outspoken agenda is the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, of which the current genocide, recognized as plausible by a very conservative ICJ court, is plausible. Okay. It is this history to which Hamas, whatever its crimes, responded on October 7th. Simply put, it responded to the historic crimes of Israel, which are well documented and now include the murder of over 10,000 children and the maiming of 1 in 10 of those children, and are leading inevitably to a wider war supported by the arms of the United States. When my Cornell students come to class, it is expected that they will have done their homework, and they do, so that the class can have a coherent conversation about the subject at hand, not based on misinformation and based in history. While making remarks at a legislative meeting is not the same as a classroom discussion, we should be able to expect that if our representatives comment, they exhibit some degree of factual knowledge about the concerns brought to them by their constituents. And what I have heard here for three weeks is no misinformation and a precise historical knowledge coming from all the people who have spoken here in favor of the ceasefire resolution. It's been exemplary. At a meeting with the legislature on January 2nd, I asked the question, who would not want a ceasefire? I.e., who would not want to stop the killing on both sides, but overwhelmingly of Palestinian non-combatants, including thousands of children? Apparently, the answer is those who do not want to face history. Last comment. I encourage my students who are in the process of facing history, when they encounter injustice, to speak to it, making audible their opposition. I believe this makes a difference, however small, and perhaps sooner or later it will be a voice in a chorus. Speaking to injustice through recognizing history is what I am asking the Tompkins County Legislature to do in support of the ceasefire resolution.
Darlene Evans, followed by Rasil El Sayes.
My name is Darlene Evans. I'm a member of the Jewish Voice for Peace, also have family in Israel. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak again. I want to talk about assertions that have been made by Netanyahu and others that Israel observes humanitarian principles in its war against Hamas. He responded to Biden's concerns that Israel is doing everything possible to avoid harming innocent civilians. However, the numbers of dead Gazan children alone must raise the question of how so many children are dying and being maimed if Israel is behaving humanely. These numbers don't even account for those who are starving. We hear these huge numbers, 10,000 children dead, and it's just like a statistic. But just think about one baby dying from a bomb, maybe your child, your grandchild, just one, and how horrific that is for anyone to have to observe. It's just painful, it's heartbreaking. Now think of 10,000 children dead. Think of one small child losing an arm or leg. That's tragic. That's tragic. Now think of over 1,000 Gazan children having lost limbs. 1,000 have had one or both legs amputated. UNICEF tells us that 10 children per day in Gaza have a limb amputated, and others have said tonight that a lot of that is without anesthesia. It's really hard to wrap your mind around that kind of tragedy. Chickasaw author, essayist, and environmentalist Linda Hogan reminds us of the importance of language in her book, Dwellings, A Spiritual History of the Living World. And in one passage she writes, in 1986, I heard Betty Williams, a 1977 Nobel Peace Prize laureate from Northern Ireland, lecture in South Dakota. One afternoon, Williams had witnessed the bombing death of Irish children. A little girl died in Williams' arms. The girl's legs had been severed in the explosion and had been thrown across the street from where the woman held the bleeding child. Williams went home in shock and despair. Later that night, when the shock wore off, the full impact of what she'd seen jolted her. Sorry, just a moment. She stepped outside her door screaming out in the middle of the night. She knocked on doors that might easily have opened with weapons pointed at her face. And she cried out, "What kind of people have we become that we would allow children to be killed on our streets?" And within 4 hours, the city was awake, and there were 16,000 names on petitions for peace. We are not asking the legislature to scream in the streets, but please pass this resolution.
Rasil El Sayes, followed by Madeline Spellman.
Mr. Chairman, members of this body, my name is Rasil Sayes, a Lebanese American and a Tompkins County resident. I want to thank legislators Maisie, Corman, Brooks, and Pillar. I'm encouraged and frankly very relieved by your resolution and personally support it. The only change that I ask you to make is that a sustainable ceasefire needs to be bullet number 1, since none of the other asks would be possible without it. The reason I came here today is because I take great issue with the title of the resolution. The word violence cannot be applied equally to Israel, Gaza, and the Middle East. The Middle East as a region, which includes Israel, surely faces violence, no different than any other region, including ours. Sure, in the grand scheme of things, wouldn't we all want to advocate for an end to violence? But we are not here today because of that. We are here to stop what is happening in Gaza. And choosing the word violence to describe it is so beyond, eons away from reality. Gaza is not experiencing mere violence. Gaza has become nothing short of a slaughterhouse. I do recognize that sometimes you need to be nuanced in your choice of words so that a resolution passes, but that ship has sailed. 3.5 months later, with this level of destruction, there is no room for nuance. There's no room for even-handedness or symmetry in the wording anymore, because this carnage is beyond words. Demanding ceasefire is not a political stand. It is a moral obligation. It is our duty to stand in solidarity with any group of people who are subjugated, degraded, and killed, with any group of people whose humanity is being called into question. So I urge you to amend the title of this resolution to center the suffering of Gazans, to specifically call out a resolution in support of a ceasefire in Gaza. I tell you this, if 30,000 Palestinians killed by Israel later, if 2 million Gazans displaced from their homes into tents in the middle of winter, either freezing to death or dying of hunger later, if a Palestinian population starved and butchered and mutilated and buried under the rubble later, and we still have to urge some people to sign on to a ceasefire resolution, they are ones who will never sign on to a ceasefire resolution. Their indifference to the suffering of the Palestinians continues to astound me. And I truly can't believe we're still trying to instill some conscience into people. So I am convinced that we, as Tompkins County residents and members of this body who have showed up and continue to show up in favor of a ceasefire, don't need them on this resolution, because all you need is a majority, not unanimity. And if this body reflects our society, then you should have it. And one last thing, as a mother who has given birth to and nursed 3 babies, seeing mothers who are starving and parched, giving birth on floors in tents in the middle of winter without anesthesia and operated on without anesthesia, to then have no clothes or blankets to wrap their newborns in, no milk to give them, resorting to giving them solid foods, which their tiny bodies cannot handle, all while Israel blocks life-saving aid from coming into Gaza, and worse, people still justifying it. All of it leaves me shaken to my core. It is unconscionable. And I want to say, enough is enough. I urge you to do the right thing. Fix the title and order of asks and pass this resolution. I do thank the legislators from the bottom of my heart and the Tompkins County Human Rights Commission for their time and the incredible amount of effort that I am sure went into it, and for all the work to put this together. Thank you for your time.
Madeline Spellman, followed by Deirdre Silverman.
Good evening. My name is Madeline Spellman. I'm a resident of the town of Ithaca. I live in District 12 of Tompkins County. I'm a member of the Quaker meeting here in town. I'm here to show my solidarity with the Palestinian people and to ask the board to pass the ceasefire resolution. I thought that it was important tonight to address some misgivings that some people might have about passing a ceasefire resolution. So I have been looking into what opponents of similar resolutions in different cities have said. As I understand, the main issues that people have with calling for a ceasefire is that, one, it's divisive and controversial, two, that it could be spun as being anti-Semitic, or three, that certain military objectives must be achieved first. To the first point, I would say this: no genuine movement for peace or for equal rights or for human rights is uncontroversial, because all of them necessarily attack the status quo. If we only progressed by small, uncontroversial acts that didn't upset anyone, not only would segregation, but chattel slavery would still be in effect in this country. And that's not to mention how slavery is still alive in our prison system, but I digress. It's easy to look back now and say that one would support the efforts of Dr. King. However, I would like to remind you of the white liberal clergy that Dr. King criticized in his letter from Birmingham jail, the ones who allegedly supported his cause, but deplored the demonstrations that took place in Birmingham. There's a pretty clean little historical rhyme between those who said that civil rights protests were too divisive and those who say the same thing about ceasefire protests. And let's not even get into what such little sweethearts would say about Nat Turner's revolt or about Harper's Ferry. To the point of anti-Semitism, I would defer to my friends at Jewish Voice for Peace, who I believe have addressed this point with more clarity and nuance than I will ever be able to. However, I will say this: there is a definite chance that a ceasefire could be portrayed in bad faith to be anti-Semitic, a ceasefire resolution. But, you know, my college roommate also said that I was a violent misogynist when I asked her to do the dishes. She said, oh, don't you know I have trauma about dishes? You know, how are you gonna ask me, a woman, to do dishes? People can say things that are not true. They do that all the time. It's called lying. The fact is that it isn't anti-Semitic to say that killing civilians is wrong or that committing a genocide is wrong. But that doesn't change what people might say, and that's why it takes moral courage and mental clarity to stand for what's right, which is to call for a ceasefire, no matter how controversial it might be. My last point is that some people say that we can't call for a ceasefire unless Hamas surrenders or unless the hostages are released, and basically, a different way to spin that is that you're saying that all Palestinian lives are forfeit until Israel gets what it wants. And if you don't care about the humanity of Palestinian people, or if you don't see Palestinians as human, then I can see that that might be an okay thing for you to say. But those of us who do see Palestinians as human can see the blood dripping off of your words. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Deirdre Silverman, followed by Kathleen Morrow.
Thank you for your generosity with the privilege of the floor. I've been struck at these meetings by how many of us who are speaking in support of the resolution are Jewish, and how many of us, to be blunt, are old. We've heard about why people who are Jewish are speaking out, because our ancestors, our families experienced the kind of violence that we're talking about, and we don't want to see it happen to anyone else. For those of us who are old, we've been going through this for decades. We've been going through this since the war in Vietnam. And we keep asking, decade after decade, how many deaths will it take till we know that too many people have died? It's time to stop it. It's time to find another way. And this resolution is a step in that direction. I urge you to pass it. Thank you.
Kathleen Morrow, followed by Beth Harris.
Good evening, everyone. So I've been attending these meetings since November, and that's why I've chosen to speak out finally tonight, because I have the privilege of using my voice, and to not use it would not be right. So something that continues to play in my head is how we were told in this chamber that this was not a local issue, and what could we possibly do from our little county in New York State in these here United States, the co-sponsor of the genocide in Gaza. Well, as we've heard from other speakers from previous meetings and tonight, this is a local issue, and it's a global issue. Our communities are intertwined whether we like it or not, and the introduction of the internet has made it possible for us to know all of the things that are going on around the world in a nanosecond. This war has become a spectator sport of sorts in the way we choose our favorite teams. People are choosing sides in a war in Gaza. I always choose the underdog. But what I'm driving at here tonight is that I'm seeing and I'm hearing about local kids being bullied by kids that, because they're being bullied because they don't look like these other kids. One kid in particular I'm talking about is a beautiful young boy, probably 9, dark hair, deep dark eyes, olive skin. And on his ride home from school the other day, he was bullied by some bigger kids that were Heil Hitler hand symbols and saying things to him, anti-Semitic things. The kid has been raised to be peaceful and to not lash out. And he didn't know what to tell his mom. And his mom didn't know what to do, because it's not the first time the kid's been bullied and nothing was done. So that affected me, because she's my friend and I care about her and I care about her family. College kids are being threatened on our local campuses. They're being doxxed and their educational careers being put on the line. And people and adults are afraid to speak out for fear of being judged and labeled. The fallout of the hate rhetoric is palpable. Yesterday I saw a report about a boy being killed in Al Zaria. And I posted this photo to my stories on social media. And my friend who just moved here from Palestine this past November with his family told me he knows that kid's family, that they are from the same town in Palestine. We are all intertwined. So I'll leave you with a quote from Cleveland City Councilwoman Rebecca Maurer, who gave an impassioned speech after the council president issued a statement saying the body would not consider the ceasefire resolution before them. And the quote is this: "It is incumbent upon leaders in any city to take a moral stand in the face of moral crisis." Thank you.
Beth Harris, followed by Greg Brooks English.
After Hamas's attack on Israeli soldiers and civilians and taking of hostages on October 7th, local legislators from around the country mobilized unconditional support for Israel, here even considering flying the Israeli flag until the conflict ended. And now, since that time, around the country, councils, city councils, county legislatures are reconsidering where they were at that moment and are passing ceasefire resolutions. I want to thank the Tompkins County Human Rights Commission here in Tompkins County for helping to change the discourse, the understanding of the issues, and presenting a framework for this resolution, which I also have a few criticisms of, but think is important to pass now, urgently. As you've heard, more money is being considered to go down the pipeline to support this genocide. And now the Palestinians have been pushed from throughout their small territory into like 80% are now in the just the southern region, crammed in, and they're facing the threat of tanks entering that small area and murdering them. I was woken up this morning by a friend, I'm Jewish, it's another Jewish friend, who is staying with Palestinian refugees who she knows in Gaza from going on multiple medical missions to Gaza. And they are frantic trying to get their family members out. She was calling for money because it costs, people are impoverished, they have no money. It costs $5,000 to the Egyptian government just to cross the border. They probably have 25 family members they're trying to get out. The Palestinian health officials say that Israeli attacks have killed 107 Palestinians over the past day, bringing the Palestinian death toll to 27,500, including 11,500 children. The attack that is happening in Gaza is on hospitals, on humanitarian aid trucks, and children. And I just, I heard this morning a doctor, American doctor who had just gotten back from serving in a hospital, and she said this is the worst she's seen the attack on children. She has been in Iraq, Afghanistan, Lebanon, and Libya, and she's never seen this kind of carnage against children in her service. Pass the resolution now.
Greg Brooks English, followed by Paula Ionide.
Hearts speak from the Spirit. Hearts speak from the Spirit. Say it now, say it loud, say it anyhow. Those are the words of Native American poet John Trudell. When he passed away, I cried, and I don't easily cry. During the last 4 months, I want to thank you, legislators, for helping me to get to know you and what you stand for. Some of you have felt called to pass a resolution for a ceasefire. Thank you. Thank you. While others may have checked out on their critical thinking, as the googly-eyed corporate media spew lies about how behind every rock, nook, and cranny, Hamas is. Those corporate media consumers of Fox, CNN, MSNBC, instead of independent media like The Intercept, Democracy Now!, The Electronic Intifada, and so many others, can't see Hamas for what it is, like Likud is to Israel. Would you call Likud a terrorist organization? Beheaded babies, debunked. Tunnels under hospitals, debunked. Mass rape from Hamas, debunked. UNRWA staff involved in October 7th, debunked. There are 30,000 UNRWA staff. 12? That's like 0.0 something percent. And now we defund it all. That is, oh, I'm not even gonna say. Mark Twain once said, and any propagandist will tell you, a lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is still putting on its shoes. Take a look at your shoes. We abolished slavery, yes? We abolished child labor and the 7-day work week, yes? And we abolished women as property of men, yes? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. So then why is it so hard to pass a simple resolution for a ceasefire to stop mostly women and children from being blown up into pieces? Why? Why is it so hard? It isn't like we're asking you to abolish settler colonialism. It isn't like we're asking you to stop Israel from stealing other people's lands. We aren't asking you even to stop the corporate propaganda gushing in support of this genocide, or to reflect on what MLK Jr. would have really thought about what is happening instead of taking his words out of historical context. Just ask his daughter and right-hand woman, Dorothy Cotton, mentioned before. What she said when she visited the West Bank, and I quote, "I felt like I was in Birmingham."
If you could conclude your remarks, please.
Well, legislators, for those who oppose to this resolution for a ceasefire, I submit to you, are you wanting to continue creating more Birminghams? Are you apartheid positive? Are you advocating for the weakening and degradation of the Jewish faith? Because that is what you are doing here today, right now, if you fail to pass this resolution. Thank you.
Paula, I, followed by Marianne Grady Flores.
Good evening. First of all, thank you to the legislators who've been listening for a very long time. And I want to say that this is this space has become a place for us to express some of our private individual holdings in a collective witnessing space, in an ethical witnessing space. And so I know it's long and I know it's hard to listen to this much, but I truly appreciate it. I'm here with my children because I felt very strongly that the children should be part of this conversation, my own included. So I'm going to pass the mic to my daughter, Yekaterina, and then if Ezekiel might have a few words, we'll see if he gets too shy. So, Kati.
Hi, my name's Kati. So I think it's not right for kids at a young age to get killed. So I would love for people to vote for ceasefire. But if no one votes, at least send food, water, and medication. Thank you.
Stop the war. He's getting shy. All right. Honestly, on October 7th, when the war started, I was actually in a really serious car crash with the two of them in the back. And we had a guardian angel protect us, and we walked away unscathed. But I went through a lot that day because the war had started, in just considering what it means to potentially be somebody who loses your children. And although a car accident is not, by any stretch of the imagination, a good comparison for what's happening to mothers in Palestine, but it does make me feel very deeply and intimately just this question of what it means for us to actually take this moment to just pass a symbolic resolution to indicate our symbolic support for the Palestinian people, first of all, and I want to thank the Jewish folks here who are ethical witnesses of what has come before. And I want to join all the people of all races and all people of conscience to call for this resolution. And I know many of you personally, and I know that you will do the right thing. Ziki, one more chance. Ready? Ceasefire now. Ceasefire.
Ceasefire.
Look at Mr. Travis and say ceasefire.
Ceasefire.
Good job.
Marianne Grady Flores, followed by Lamo Schaus.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I just wanted to make note that I left copies for each of you legislators, a copy of this map. It's one that I very crudely drew before, but Mike, if you want to hold that one. So you guys know who I am. I'm with the Catholic Workers. I've lived in Ithaca. The family's been here 50 years. So earlier today, I joined the 19 Brown University students in their fast. I've begun. And there are many other people that are doing fasting, a Ramadan-style fasting. So I'm not going all out, but so I thank you for listening attentively to all the sessions and reading all of our emails. Maybe you haven't gotten to them all, but do go back. Mainstream press has limited us from knowing what's happening here in the United States, what's happening in Palestine and Israel concerning the issue since '48. The Israeli Defense Forces mandate that all CNN news must be sent to their Jerusalem bureau desk to be edited before being published or aired, even if the news item is about events on U.S. soil, including what's happening on our U.S. campuses. For example, what's going on at Cornell. It has to go to the Jerusalem office. The New York Times has omitted very important events in Washington, D.C. No word about the 400,000 of us, I was there, who marched for the ceasefire on January 13th or November 14th, just blocks from their bureau office. No announcement of South Africa bringing the case charging Israel with genocide to the International Court of Justice back on December 29th. The U.S. government has lied to us throughout U.S. history about what led the U.S. into wars. The justification for the Iraq War was non-existent weapons of mass destruction. In Vietnam, it was the attack on the U.S. ship in the Gulf of Tonkin. In 1973, my father faced 47 years in federal prison participating in the Camden 28 action. Catholic activists had ripped up draft files. It saved the lives of many of Camden's young men about to be sent to kill or be killed in Vietnam. After 5 months of trial, during which time the jury learned the truth of why the U.S. was in Vietnam, they were acquitted of all charges. Professor Howard Zinn, I'm almost done, had testified on behalf of, explaining that the U.S. had wanted to secure Vietnamese oil, tin, and rubber on behalf of U.S. corporations, not to fight communism. 59,000 U.S. soldiers were killed and over 1 million Vietnamese were murdered in their own land by our invasion. So history is repeating itself in Palestine. This Israeli genocide is being perpetuated in part over the Gaza marine gas fields that the map shows you.
If you could conclude your remarks, please.
I'm at the end. I'm down at the bottom of the last page.
You've gone over your 3 minutes already, so
okay.
if you could maybe say a sentence.
Yep.
Thank you.
So the killing must stop. U.S. weapons and our tax dollars must not be sent to Israel. Sending weapons and more billions to Israel makes the U.S. leaders complicit in genocide. Our collective voice, represented by you, are participating in the
needs to be heard by our federal government's leaders who are participating in this ongoing genocide. Please join in the vote for the ceasefire to stop this. Thank you.
Yes. I'm Lamo South, a resident of Tompkins County. I'm completing Marianne's thought here. We are looking at the gas fields. The Israelis and the British and the US have had their eyes on the Gaza marine gas fields worth $20 trillion since their discovery in 2000. The Palestinian Authority gave the license to British Oil and Gas to explore for gas in 1999. The Israelis needed a reason to cleanse Gaza of all Palestinians, to claim the Gaza marine gas. Hamas was a convenient excuse to move people out of the 25-mile strip. The International Court of Justice has accepted the South African case, calling for 6 specific points for Israel to stop committing the crimes of genocide. The ICJ is going forward with the case, reviewing a report of whether Israel has complied. The ICJ's rule does not allow the court to call for a ceasefire because they are dealing with 2 nation states. The court only has jurisdiction over the occupier, Israel. Historically, since 1948, Israel has been violating the laws that apply to the occupier, building the separation wall and building settlements for 800,000 settlers on stolen Palestinian land are but 2 examples. The Palestinian people, as the occupied, have the right to resist their occupation under international law. Globally, all sectors of society are moving to resist this crime of genocide. It's time that the world watching a genocide stops it. Chicago is the latest of many large cities and counties to pass a ceasefire resolution. With your vote, let's collectively say to our federal government leaders, cease fire now. Thank you. Now, please go back and watch the link in Marianne Grady's email she sent to each of you. Thank you.
Ellen Grady, followed by Marie Boigia.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was up next. Sorry.
No problem.
So, thank you for your time. A couple of weeks ago, I tried to share these thoughts with you all, but I got derailed by the many, many reasons that prompt me to ask you all to vote a resounding yes for the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. You have heard so many eloquent speakers about the total devastation of the Palestinian people in Gaza. I just listened yesterday on Democracy Now! To Dr. Tariq Haddad about how 100 of his family members, 100 family members have been killed. I highly recommend, and I sent that in my email to you all, the link to that interview, and he has the photographs of each of those people from his family. And anyway, they've been killed by the Israeli bombing over the past 4 months. He's just one of thousands of stories. As the International Court of Justice said, this is all plausible evidence of genocide. It must stop. The U.S. has to stop funding it. Our government needs to hear this clear call for ceasefire from all of us. As we in the Finger Lakes region are experiencing one of the warmest winters on record, and as we experienced last summer days where we could not go outside because of the smoke from the wildfires from Canada. And as we have experienced in the past several summers, where there are days and weeks where we can't go into our precious Cayuga Lake because of the algae blooms, let us not think for 1 minute that the wars raging in other parts of the globe are not our business and that they don't affect us all in many different ways. And climate catastrophe is just one of those ways. On January 9th, 2024, The Guardian reported, quote, emissions from Israel's war in Gaza have immense effect on climate catastrophe. The planet-warming emissions generated during the first 2 months of the war in Gaza were greater than the annual carbon footprint of more than 20 of the world's most climate-vulnerable nations. According to the study, which is based on only a handful of carbon-intensive activities and is therefore probably a significant underestimate, the climate cost of the first 60 days of Israel's military response was equivalent to burning at least 150,000 tons of coal. The analysis, which is yet to be peer-reviewed, includes carbon from aircraft emissions, tanks, and fuel from other vehicles, as well as emissions generated by making and exploding the bombs, artillery, and rockets. It does not include other planet-warming gases such as methane. I'm almost done. Almost half of the total carbon emissions were down to the U.S. cargo planes flying military supplies to Israel. For the children, for the planet, for God's sake, please pass this resolution calling for a ceasefire. It's the least we can do. Thank you very much.
Marie, followed by Thomas F.
Thank you. Somebody mentioned that there might be World War III. I think we're living in a World War III. There is a war every week that breaks out. And I just want to start with saying that I do come from the heart of the land of Jewish Holocaust, and we were raised by a generation that lived through the Holocaust. Then somebody asked about if anybody can imagine what it is like to live without water and electricity. I have lived without water and electricity because of the civil war that the U.S. supported, and then a couple of years later we were bombed by the U.S. So it's not something you want to imagine or ever experience. So it was called shock therapy at the time. I want to say that local politics can have so much relevance for federal politics and global politics because this phenomenal wave of ceasefire resolutions that is passed across the United States, one of the few reasons why people like me could be proud of fellow Americans, because this ceasefire resolution goes beyond Gaza, which is an extremely pressing issue, but it's about transition to peace economy, because the permanent war economy since Second World War has taken so many lives and created so much destruction. So there is no peace without transition to peace economy. Because it's a Black History Month, I also want to say a couple of words there. I think that every month is a Black History Month because Black brothers and sisters here in the rest of the New World and on the continent have built this world, have built the wealth of this world with their labor. So the Black history is the world history. And I think there is, we have to recognize the direct connection between the repression of African Americans in this country and American foreign policy abroad. The violence and brutalization of people around the world and of Black Americans in this country is the foundation of the war economy. So the permanent war economy is what you're trying to put an end to by passing this kind of resolution for ceasefire. Thank you.
We have 2 speakers left. If there's anybody that has not spoken yet that would like to, now would be the time to go to the back of the room. There's what we call these blue cards. Fill it out, bring it up, and we'll get you in line. This will be your, the final call. Thomas F., followed by Claire Grady.
I'm Thomas. I am a resident of Tompkins County. I call Ithaca my home. It's the homiest place I feel like I've ever lived. I have been called what is said to be visibly Asian, and sort of thus been questioned at times why I should care about Israel and Palestine. To quote the Vietnamese author Viet Thanh Nguyen, one, Palestine is in Asia, and two, what follows is, if we cite Edward Said, that the process of nationalist aggression based on Orientalism has been subjected by Europe to the same region, much in the way that American aggression has faced regions like China, which is where my family is from, or Japan, or Korea, or Vietnam, Cambodia, etc. So I feel like there is a case for solidarity, but also in a more personal and immediate sense, I had the occasion, for whatever surreal reason, to visit Israel-Palestine last spring. It was a very surreal experience. It was very disturbing, a very beautiful landscape, but I met Palestinian people who were extremely kind to me and told me that they could not leave where they were. And I'm just some American person with a passport, and I could enter the West Bank by surprise. And that felt really wrong to me. I stopped by a store in Sheikh Jarrah to buy some gifts. It was a Palestinian fair trade store, and I bought a card which on the back said it was from Gaza. It was embroidered by deaf embroiderers. And I wonder regularly whether those people are still alive. Or if they had ever imagined that a card would travel from their hands to Ithaca, New York. So. I urge you to pass this resolution, and I would like to leave with a couple words by the poet June Jordan from a poem called Apologies to All the People in Lebanon, dedicated to the 600,000 Palestinian men, women, and children who lived in Lebanon from 1948 to 1983. And the closing words of this poem reads, as she addresses the people of Lebanon, "Didn't you read the leaflets that they dropped from their hotshot fighter jets? They told you to go. 135,000 Palestinians in Beirut, and why didn't you take the hint? Go, there was the Mediterranean. You could walk into the water and stay there. What was the problem? I didn't know, and nobody told me, and what could I do or say anyway? Yes, I did know it was the money I earned as a poet that paid for the bombs and the planes and the tanks that they used to massacre your family, but I am not an evil person. The people of my country aren't so bad." I'm almost done. "You can expect but so much from those of us who have to pay taxes and watch American TV. You see my point. I'm sorry. I really am sorry."
Claire Grady, followed by Jordan Clemens.
Thank you for your service to the business of our county governance. And thank you all for coming out to speak and listen. This public comment period is the time when we, the people, get to speak to our legislators and to speak to each other. It is a treasured thing in a democratic process for the participants to hear each other. I have listened, for this will be my 4th meeting, I have listened deeply, deeply, and I am in awe of the heart and the soul and the mind that people have brought here. Every one of you, I thank you. So where are we at? The call that goes up for a ceasefire comes from the human heart, comes from our human heart that does not want further bloodshed or terror on anyone's children. Each bomb dropped on the people of Gaza is made in the USA and paid for by us. It makes us all complicit, and all of us are affected by this brutal killing. Trust and believe that this bloodshed paid for and generated by our government impacts every level of our society, on a fiscal level, a spiritual level, a moral level, and everything in between. I give thanks to all those who are listening to the voices of those on the receiving end of our bombs. And those who work in human rights and international law have much to teach us if we have ears to hear and eyes to see and hearts to listen. Killing civilians is never okay. Not 1,000, not 10,000, not 30,000. And when it is being done in your name, you have a responsibility to take steps to stop it. This legislative body can join other legislative bodies around the country calling for a ceasefire. Doing nothing, as was said, is tacit support. There is no downside to a ceasefire, and we are all accountable. Thank you, and may God have mercy on us.
Jordan Clemens, followed by Rowan Keller-Smith.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jordan Clemens. I'm the founder of an organization called Unbroken Promise Initiative. I'm moved by all of the hearts and minds that have come together tonight in support of the resolution. I'm here to not only support the community and what it is that we're rallying around, but to also bring light to truth around something happening locally. So, you know, as a community-based organizer and someone who takes pride in being a sixth generation of this area, I want to bring to the attention that I believe that there's a local issue regarding you know, institutions and systems that have the potential to set precedents on impeding the advancement of development of actual programs and services that could actually support and help Ithaca's disadvantaged Black and brown underserved community and residents. I believe that in support and in good faith of people who organized in 2020 and then collaborated in good faith with people who are transportation service providers, after collaborating and obtaining a $7 million grant off of the backs of the community in which I come from, and after our contribution with our intellectual property and our community organizing efforts, people acted in good faith and decided to create a narrative that was very detrimental and questioning my integrity, as well as people who acted in good faith and just wanting to come together with our community to go after resources to address the needs in our community, as so many of you seen us come together in 2020. And I wanted to bring to the attention of the community as a whole, in support of all that we've come together to, you know, address the resolution and stuff happening with the war over there, that there is potentially something here locally that I really want the legislation to really look into. You know, I am a local, I'm not going anywhere, I'm from here, and I love my community dearly. I hope those of you who witnessed in 2020 seen that. I'm not going anywhere. I will come here and show up every month to see to it that truth and justice is met when it comes to the community in which I come from, I was born into, and which my purpose is to secure and sustain an economic, social, prosperous health and wellness for people who are not able and have not been able to advocate for themselves. Thank you for your time. I yield the rest of my time.
Rowan Keller-Smith.
Hello, can everyone hear me with the mask on? Okay, great. I originally came here just as a writer and as an observer, but many people of different faiths have stood up here and called for a ceasefire, and I wanted to do the same. I'm Unitarian Universalist, and we believe in 7 principles that guide our faith. And those principles are: 1, the inherent worth and dignity of every person; 2, justice, equity, compassion, and human relations; 3, acceptance of one another and encouragement to spiritual growth in our congregations; 4, a free and responsible search for truth and meaning; 5, the right of conscience and the use of the democratic process within our congregations and in society at large; 6, the goal of world community with peace, liberty, and justice for all; 7, respect for the independent web of all existence of which we are a part. I stand by those principles as a person of faith. I stand by them as a queer person. And I notice there are a lot of pride flags amongst these legislators. And I just want to say that there is no queer liberation without Palestinian liberation. There is no liberation for queer people without all people. I yield my time. Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank everybody for coming out to speak tonight and for maintaining the safe space for everyone to be able to say what they needed to say. So thank you. We're going to go ahead and move into this resolution. It's Resolution M. Is there anybody that would like to move Resolution M? Greg Mezzi. Is there a second? Travis Brooks. Greg, did you want to speak?
No, I just didn't know if you wanted me to reiterate the title or anything like that.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Dan. I would like to move Resolution M, which is urgent humanitarian and local imperatives regarding ongoing violence in Israel, Gaza, and the Middle East. That's doc ID number 12197, and that was submitted by legislators Mezzi, Corman, Brooks, and Pillar.
Thank you. So who would like to speak to the resolution? Veronica Pillar.
Am I supposed to be explaining what it is, or can I just say why I want you all to vote for it?
Whatever you would like.
All right. I wrote a thing, so I'll just go for it. First, to everyone who came to speak, thank you. Thank you so much. Getting that in before you all leave. I see some of the same people who have spoken to us week after week and some brand new faces, and I appreciate all of you taking the time to come here, in some cases waiting for hours to share your thoughts and experiences and to hold us accountable to represent you and to stand up for humanity. One of you apologized for this issue having to fall on our shoulders, and I appreciate the wording because I know that it really did fall in the sense that you all have communicated with higher up levels of government. You've contacted our federal reps, some of you have gone to DC to speak to them directly, and on this point you've gotten no response. So the issue has fallen down the levels to us. And as another of you said at a previous meeting, we, the Tompkins County Legislature, can amplify your voices. To my colleagues, our engaged constituents are not ignorant or deluded. They know that we don't directly change foreign policy. What they also know is that our statements ring louder than their statements. You will notice that the resolution itself is very clear on the scope of this legislature's power. In line 35, it says, the Tompkins County Legislature calls on our president and members of Congress to do everything within their power to influence the parties involved. Further, the remaining resolved statements address life in Tompkins County directly. I suspect folks watching, listening might not have noticed them since they're on the second page, so for clarity, I will read them. Line 5 of the second page, resolved further that the legislature strongly condemns all forms of intimidation, discrimination, terrorism, and hate, and affirms that the actions of specific organizations or governments in no way justify any form of anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, or anti-Palestinian words or actions. Resolved further that the legislature reminds all residents that the Tompkins County Office of Human Rights is available to support anyone experiencing discriminatory treatment, and hopes and works for a lasting peace in which human rights and the dignity of every individual are respected by all. Of course, while voices tonight were unified, we received many emails opposing the resolution. The vast majority of the emails opposing a ceasefire resolution did not simply say no ceasefire. They said some version of don't call for a ceasefire without also calling for Hamas to release hostages. This particular resolution calls on our federal leaders to do, and here I'm reading from line 36, everything within their powers to influence the parties involved to achieve the following: Number 1, release of all civilian hostages by Hamas. So we're set. This is not about which of two sides we want to side with or whether Palestinians are better or Israelis are better or anything like that. That doesn't even make any sense. This is about life versus death and destruction. This is a resolution that supports life. And I'll close with this. Someone gave me a holiday card in December and I kept it at my desk, mainly because I thought it was pretty. Look at these rainbow trees, they're lovely. But it also says, peace everywhere, for everyone, always. And that is very apt today, and that is the bottom line. Please vote yes.
Are there any other legislators that would like to speak? Mike Sigler.
All right, I'll try not to be longish, but we hear a lot of talk about the horrors of war, and I don't dispute any of those horrors. I personally believe that war is the greatest waste of human capital that's ever been invented. I don't think if we look back at history that people like FDR and Churchill and Truman, people who are the epitome of times of war, supported those wars. I mean, certainly Churchill said he'd much rather diplomacy than war. So it seems like this question sometimes has come down to that, and this isn't about that. I'll also say that I've never liked the idea of classifying certain things as terrorists. I find that's an easy way out. I think that people say, oh, it's terrorists. So I'd like to call Hamas what it is. I mean, is it terroristic? Yes, I believe that, but it's also the government of Gaza. And while this country, and no country, I believe, or maybe a few, have recognized Gaza as a country, Hamas is the government of this territory. So I'm not going to refer to Hamas as a terrorist organization that randomly attacked another country. I'm going to say Hamas is a government that decided to go and attack Israel. This is a symbolic resolution. Everybody, I think, agrees to that. This isn't going to change foreign policy at all. So it's symbolic, so I'm going to speak about it in those terms. When something is symbolic, clearly to everyone in this room, we are making a statement, and it is a symbolic statement. But I don't think that we shouldn't speak out on that. I don't mind coming in and listening to 2 hours of public comment. Now I think total, we're probably up to about 8 hours of that, and with the emails and all of that. I mean, this is what the public wants to talk about. I have no problem doing that, so I don't want people to think that they're imposing somehow on it. But I do want to go back to Hamas, the government. One of the gentlemen said that the mass rape was debunked. It certainly has not been debunked. The New York Times did a 2-month-long investigative piece on this, about how the government of Hamas decided to systematically use rape as a weapon of war. The killing of babies has certainly not been debunked on 10/7. I mean, are we really going to quibble about how they died, whether they were beheaded or not? They were gunned down in their cribs. I guess you can quibble about that, how they died. And as for the tunnels, that certainly has not been debunked. In fact, they've increased the number of miles. What Hamas has done is basically built a military base underneath Gaza, using the population of that area as a shield. 450 miles of tunnels course underneath this very tiny area of land. Ruth Yarrow was talking about last time how it's about from here to Aurora. Okay, so imagine that. You can walk in a tunnel underground all the way to Aurora from Ithaca. Then you can turn around, walk back in a completely different tunnel underground. You can do that 16 more times. It's Swiss cheese into this country, and those tunnels are used to make weapons, to hide right now about 100 hostages who still have not been released. This war was started by the government of Gaza. We talk about 26,000 people dead. This is why I take issue with some of the folks talking about Hamas in colorful terms, in positive terms. because they include the 10,000 Hamas fighters that were killed in that 26,000, as if those folks didn't bear any responsibility whatsoever for what happened. You're portraying these Hamas fighters as innocent victims of this war. Some people like to say that they are against the government of Israel, but not against, that's not anti-Semitic. And I agree with that. You can be against the government. You can be against the President of the United States anytime you want to be, and that doesn't mean you're anti-American. The problem we're running into is a lot of the folks in this room are saying that Israel is a colonizer state, that they, frankly, it shouldn't, why is it there? And yes, that means you are against 9 million Jews living in the state of Israel, and that those 9 million people should get out. If that's not anti-Semitic, we need to change some definitions. We come back to these words, and all of these words are symbolic. And it goes back to what I was saying. This is a symbolic resolution. Genocide gets thrown around a lot. I don't know if people think that that makes this argument more powerful or the loss greater. I don't believe it does. You're painting a country, Israel, as this genocidal country. And when you do that, that means that the world cannot allow that country to continue. We don't generally allow countries that are genocidal to continue in the world. I'm a little concerned about some of the things that were said about people. Some people said, well, I have family in Israel. Okay, then are you actually painting your family as colonizers? And are those people supposed to get out of that country? I'm still confused about that. And something else somebody said that concerned me was that they said they would remember you in the streets. I'm not exactly sure how to take that. Somebody else said that there are people that will never sign on to a ceasefire. I think ceasefire has been marketed as a word that's very symbolic in this debate. It was taken on by the folks that, frankly, right after the attack, did not disqualify Hamas and called for a ceasefire immediately, like 2 days afterwards. And that was the rallying cry, was that word ceasefire. And it's not that people won't sign on to a ceasefire. Release the hostages. Step one, do that today. That's already a war crime from the jump. Hostages being taken is a war crime. Those people are still being held. Release them, and then you have a starting point. The other thing that I think should be called for is the surrender of the leadership of Hamas. Will that happen? I don't know. You have a split in Hamas right now of the billionaires that are living or were living in Qatar before they were kicked out, and then you have the military Hamas that's still in Gaza. Will that split widen, and will they give up the military people who planned this attack? I don't know what will happen there. But certainly ceasefire has become a very symbolic word. That's it. I yield the rest of my time, or I yield the floor back to Dan.
Amanda Champion.
Thanks. I actually wasn't going to say anything. But I did want to thank everybody for coming. It is a long time. It's a lot of listening. But I really appreciate the thoughtfulness and the emotion, and people are thinking thoughtfully, and it is important for you all to come and talk to your leaders. I really appreciated what Veronica said, and I'm not going to try to say that all, but I think you said it very well. Thank you. But what I was going to say was that I'm not a religious person. I'm pretty much an atheist. But the one sort of religious guidance that I often turn to is the Dalai Lama and Buddhism. And I was just reading, actually, just last night, I started a book of his, and he was talking about how people, when he goes to an event or meeting or meets new people, he looks at them as just another person. They're just other people, and they're just like you. They're just like me. They have family, they have fears, they have love, they may have children, they may not have children, but we're all made of the same thing. And when you can relate to those other people, anybody you meet or anybody on the street, you know, as just another person, and offer them the compassion that you would want for yourself, or think of them with compassion, because they're just like you. And I guess I was just thinking, actually, just as Mike was speaking, like, the people who are perpetrating these horrible things, they're suffering. They're suffering so much and doing these things. And I just think about how traumatized they must be to do these horrible things. And so we're all carrying something, right? We all have something that is hard. And I don't really think it's about anti-Semitism or Judaism or Palestine or Islam, or I think I feel like maybe this was what Veronica was trying to say. It's just about peace. It's just like we can't keep treating each other like this. And it's not worth it to me to nitpick the details of the tunnels and who did what and who did this, and it's all horrible, and we shouldn't be doing any of it. So I guess I'll stop, but I guess I just also wanted to say, like, for the folks in the audience, you know, whatever happens with this vote, whatever you go out this week or tomorrow and you meet people and you talk about this or whatever, like, just have compassion for each other and for everybody at this table, because I do believe that we are all doing our best and following our own hearts. And yeah, if you can find peace for yourself, compassion for yourself, then turn that to your family and your friends and people that you meet. So yeah, thank you.
I just want to let the colleagues on Zoom know that I do see your hands up, and you're on the list. Susan Curry.
Thank you. I also would like to acknowledge and thank everyone who came out to speak tonight. I especially want to thank the members of the Human Rights Commission. This is a volunteer group. I want to thank them for their tireless commitment to fostering mutual understanding and respect among all persons in Tompkins County, and I have the honor of serving as the liaison to that group. I have struggled with this situation and this vote, but I think it's really important that we acknowledge the suffering, the pain, and the need for humane care for everyone caught in this terrible situation, both here, what we've heard tonight, and across the world. And I believe that we need to extend condolences to everyone who has been affected by this, and hope that the future brings a lasting peace in which human rights and the dignity of every individual is respected by all. And thank you to my colleagues for putting the resolution together.
Shauna Black.
Thank you, Dan. I also want to thank the Human Rights Commission. They spent many, many hours drafting the initial resolution that the 4 legislators had to work off, and I want to thank Travis and Ann Corriman, Greg Mezzi, and Veronica Pillar, who put in a lot of time to work on this resolution. And I will say the Human Rights Commission resolution, I think, was a little bit more divisive and perhaps would have been a little bit harder to gain votes here in this legislature. So I think this resolution is something that I see as very unbiased. I don't see it, I see it as a good place for us to start with a conversation. And I also feel that it's very, very neutral. So for that reason, I will support it. I also want to make the public aware that despite the fact that most of the people in here in this room are urging us to vote for this resolution, we did receive probably around, I would guess, anywhere from like 300 to 500 emails of people from the Jewish faith who are also asking us not to vote for this resolution. So, I understand that all of you feel comfortable coming up here and speaking on our microphone and talking to us, but there are a large group of Jewish people that do not feel that comfort that we have heard from. So that, as an elected leader, makes it really hard for us because we're trying to weigh our constituents. And I have people of Jewish faith that wrote me and said, please don't support this resolution. I had people, local constituents, say support this resolution. So, for us, it's really hard to try and weigh which side, because in the end, we're going to make someone unhappy. The one thing that I did really appreciate, we received postcards, which this was the first issue that I've ever received a postcard in the mail, and we received a lot of them. And each day, my 12-year-old son would bring in the mail and say, oh, you got all these postcards, and we'd read them together. And there was actually this postcard from a 12-year-old little boy, Palestinian boy, who said that he moved here 2 years ago, and what he wrote was, stop sending weapons to Palestine. And I think for me, like the impact of that postcard was just really eye-opening. And so I'm not going to name the little boy's name, but I just want him to know that that postcard really meant a lot to me. So thank you.
Travis Brooks.
I want to thank those who have come the last few meetings to lend their voice to this, and it'd be a disservice for me to try to speak over what everybody said. The reality is, when I ran for office, it's because I wanted to lend my voice to those that couldn't be heard and amplify the voices of my constituents that could be heard. I don't believe my job here is to figure out what Travis Brooks wants to do. I believe my job is to listen to the people that live in this county and do their business and make sure their voices are heard. And so that's what I'm here to do. And I'm so proud of those who have spoken, who have come forward. We did get a lot of emails, but I'm gonna be honest, I didn't read all those emails because they were form emails and people just sent it. And it was the same email, and the impact just got less and less for me. And so the impact for me is hearing you all and people that have called me and came by to talk to me and shared their voice with me. Over my lifetime, there's been so many issues that have faced folks that look like me and other disenfranchised populations. And I've watched people be complicit in their silence. And I refuse to do that. I refuse not to vote. Some of my colleagues will say this is a feel-good vote and we shouldn't be doing that. But I've been here for 2 years and I've been part of a lot of feel-good votes. And there's a lot of people in this room who voted on those feel-good votes. So I don't accept that to be the case. This is about peace. This is about being humans. This is about taking care of each other. And I'm always going to be that person regardless. And so I'm going to support this. I'm going to vote for it. I hope that enough of you choose to side on humanity and stopping the senseless violence and listen to the people that put us here.
Rich John.
Thank you, Dan. I will not be supporting the resolution, and I'd like to just speak to that. But first, I'd like to say thank you to everybody who came in. It is important to hear your voices, and the several meetings we've had, people come, I think demonstrates the passion on this issue that is in the community. To Shauna's point, I put a counter on my email. We've gotten over 700 emails. I don't think there's been another issue where we've gotten so much communication, and the postcards and the phone calls. In the face of that, I'd like to just explain why I don't think this is an appropriate resolution for us. And I'd go back to saying, as a legislature, we often disagree, but I look around at my colleagues, and I am very confident that even if we're disagreeing, we're doing our homework. And on the issues that we were sent here to really look at, local issues, we do a tremendous amount of reading. We talk to department heads. We talk to members of the community. We talk to county administration. We talk to each other. We debate. And we are mere citizens, but we're incredibly well-informed citizens on these local issues. You know, if you want to pick, say, weights and measures, we make decisions collectively about weights and measures, and we generally make the right decisions because we've done the homework. We know this issue, at least some of us do, in the committees well enough to avoid making real mistakes. I compare that to what we're being asked to do here. None of us speak Arabic. I don't think any of us speak Hebrew. Maybe some of us speak Arabic. I don't know. I've never heard this. We can't go back to source materials. Things are happening very quickly on the ground, very, very far away from us. I have had people call me and say things adamantly that they are true that have been directly contradicted by other people. You know, I have to approach this with some humility. We have none of the authority we bring to a local issue on something like this. We have no better judgment than those of you in the room. And you might say that, well, as a county, we need to make a statement that is representative. Maybe, but the number of voices we've heard from are so contradictory. I'm not sure what that is. And I commend my 4 colleagues who spent a tremendous amount of time working on this proposed resolution. But I don't know. I can't tell you that this is the right course of action. I've certainly read papers. I watch, you know, the news. I talk to people about what's happening in the Middle East. I don't consider myself an authority at all, and certainly no better than anybody in the room here. I feel highly uncomfortable trying to make a judgment of this kind. So I'm going to vote against the resolution. Thank you.
Ann Corman.
Thank you. I want to just hit on 2 topics. And the first, I want to speak to one aspect that was just brought up regarding, you know, our expertise on various topics. And we have advisory boards. We have a Human Rights Commission. And I'm not an expert on it, but yes, we've been reading a lot of emails, and a lot of us have read, you know, hundreds of emails. I've read probably 100, 200, and I do trust our Human Rights Commission, and I trust their guidance. And a lot of the emails that we've received that said to not pass a resolution talked about wanting us to first focus on release of the hostages, and so that is the number one thing we've asked for in this resolution. It also is a calling for a ceasefire and for humanitarian release. And so I also want to speak to the aspect of, as legislators, I've been doing this for 6 years, and all the time, last week I got a call that someone needed help for something, and I thought about, well, is this my job? And if I can do some small thing, whether it's I thought it was my job or I think it's my responsibility, if I can do something, some small thing to help some cause, I'm going to do it. And so I'm just asking my colleagues, because this is going to be a close vote, this might not pass. So I'm just asking my colleagues to just think about our constituents are asking us to do this. But you might not think it's your job, but they're asking us to do this. And if we can do some little bit, you know, to say, yes, I support this resolution, that we've worked really hard to try and make it so that more people could vote for it. It's a small thing, but it means a lot to our community. So please think about passing this. And as people said, our voice does make a difference, adding that voice to other voices. around the country and around the world. Thank you.
Greg Mazzy.
Thank you, Dan. I'll say, I think what a lot of other people already said is I echo a lot of my colleagues' comments. As some of the public commenters have maybe pointed out, this isn't a perfect resolution. There may be some flaws by all different viewpoints that read or try to interpret the intent or where this resolution came from. For me personally, this is not about foreign policy at a federal level. This is about a humanitarian need where innocent people are dying. And I think, to some of my colleagues' earlier comments, we have a responsibility to lift those voices up, to make sure that they're heard. I've used the example before. When you call Senator Schumer's office, you get a different response than when one of the 14 of us calls Senator Schumer's office. It's just the fact. It's the privilege and the responsibility that we bear. So I look at this as we're taking up the voice of our community. There's hurt, there's pain, there's suffering going on right here in Tompkins County, and there's a tremendous amount more. As many commented, we sit here in comfort with everything that we need, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of people right now that don't have those same luxuries. And yeah, war is ugly, war is awful, but war should not be fought with civilians. And innocent people should not be party to those conflicts. So have a political stance on war, but how anybody can think that taking a stand against standing up for what's right for humanity is not our place. I don't understand that. Travis commented on the number of feel-good resolutions that we pass. I don't feel good about this at all. This is not a feel-good resolution. This is painful. This is difficult. Some of the speakers really moved me. And when you get handwritten, which is kind of an old-fashioned thing to do, postcards, and you get phone calls, and you get messages, and you get all sorts of other direct communication of please do this on our behalf, that 100% to my colleagues is our responsibility, is to make sure that those voices have a place locally, regionally, nationally, and then globally. And so is this gonna solve things over there? Maybe not. Could this be piled on to the number of other communities, other elected officials, other citizens of our country that have called on our elected leaders to do something to stop the suffering of innocent people? Probably. I just think that if you vote against this, I understand that that's your right and that's your position, and I will respect you in your seat for doing that. I don't know how you can continue to sit by and watch all of the atrocities that are happening in that region and not speak up for it. I also would say that we sit here in a chambers where we fly a Ukrainian flag because there was a conflict in Ukraine and there continues to be a conflict in Ukraine. And innocent people also are losing their lives there. And we took a position as a legislature on a vote of, I believe it was 11-3, to fly that flag. I was one of the people that opposed that with my colleagues Travis Brooks and Randy Brown. My reason for opposing that was because I didn't believe that we should take a political position on flying another country's flag in our chambers because it potentially could be divisive or triggering, not for a lack of support of Ukraine, but I just don't think it's an appropriate place for that. So, to the 11 colleagues that voted in favor of that resolution, how are you picking and choosing now? How is this different? And if you can sit here and look at all of the people in the room and say that it is different in some way, that we picked that conflict and not this conflict, I'm really confused. Two of the people that oppose that are sponsors of this resolution, and believe that it is time and it is our responsibility to take up this action as a legislature. So I am encouraged by some of the comments of my legislative colleagues, but I'm also concerned by some of the comments of other colleagues, and I really hope that when it comes time to say yay or nay, you say yay on this resolution.
Mike Lane.
I too want to thank the 4 members of our legislature who worked on this resolution. I think we're all very proud of you for doing that. A resolution like this will never make our constituents happy. It'll make some constituents happy. It'll make other constituents very unhappy, and we know that. At the first meeting that we had, when we had the groups of people come in to speak, like we have tonight, there were people speaking on the other side. They haven't been here the last 2 meetings. In my opinion, it's because they've been intimidated. And not that I'm saying that the folks who have come to speak are intentionally intimidating, but I do think they have been intimidated not to come. And that's why we have heard through other means, mostly the emails and letters and other things that we have received, saying that we shouldn't do this. So in my view, we've got a bunch of people who here and who've come who'd like us to do it, and we've got a bunch of people out there that we have to listen to as well who don't want us to do it. And I'm not sure that I can vote for it knowing that it will make a group, either group, unhappy. The trouble in the Mideast is twofold. It's religion and it's oil. And for those of us that don't understand that, you've got to go back to history. You've got to go back to where the money is going over there. The money coming in to the Middle East from oil, from the Arab oil nations, for example, is being funneled because of religion against other groups over there. It's true. Religion goes back hundreds and hundreds of years, the fight in the Middle East. Go back to the Crusades. Go forward to after World War II. Look at the Romans and the diaspora. Religion has been so much out in front. How do we solve that? I have no idea, because religions particularly protect themselves. But we do know that there are groups out there, whether it's Hamas or Hezbollah, whether it's ISIS or the Houthis or the Taliban, that probably don't speak for most of the people in their own countries. But they are desperate to gain power and to make sure that this giant thorn in their side called Israel doesn't continue. I just wonder, look what happened in Afghanistan when we pulled out, and I'm not saying we shouldn't have pulled out, but look what's happened to women's rights over there. How would you like, I'd ask women, any woman in this room, how would you like to be only allowed to go to school till you were grade 6? How would you like to be controlled totally by your parents and by your husband and your husband's family? That's something we don't want to see happen, but that's what there are people out there advocating for. I think that the best thing to do here is nothing, frankly, because I don't think this resolution speaks to the majority of the people. We do know that pacifism has a long history, particularly in Tompkins County. And I think that's just the way we are. I think it's part of what makes Tompkins County such a wonderful place to live in, that we have these people strongly committed to various kinds of beliefs, advocacy, other kinds of things. And I'm glad we do. But when it comes down to it, I didn't hear anybody talking about these other issues out there. I just heard them talk about America and Israel. And I cannot support this resolution.
Randy Brown.
Okay, it's just two of us left here, I think. So this is an important issue and a tough issue, and I have really strong feelings about it. I condemn the war in Israel and Gaza. I condemn the war in Ukraine, in Syria, Yemen, Libya, and there's many other wars that are going on all over the world, and people are suffering. It's always the innocent people, and it's always the young people that are fighting these wars that are put forth by who's ever in charge, and it's usually a small group of people in charge, right? They're making these decisions for us for people to go to war. So I condemn them all. My issue, and I will not vote for this, is the same reason I voted not to put the flags in here, because I don't think we should be pulling sides, is that I believe we should be focused of the 2.5 hours we just spent on this, and the 2 hours before, and the 2 hours before, and all the emails. I get the frustration and the helplessness of the people. What can we do? I mean, and so I think no matter what we do, the Biden administration is going to do what they do, and I think that Israel's going to do what they do and are doing. They're not going to back off. And the wars have been going on over there. Go online and Google all the wars, because it's a long list, and they're still going on. And somebody mentioned that who makes out? The people who make the bombs, right? So they're the people that make all this stuff. And frankly, we shouldn't be giving money to Israel, because they have enough money to buy their own. They can buy their own weapons. They've got plenty of money. We shouldn't be giving any money, or any more money to Ukraine either. $100 billion to Ukraine. How much of that money could help people here right now, right? So my issue is local. And the gentleman, Mr. Clemens, who spoke, I'm all for him. I don't know if he's still here or not. Let's spend 2 hours on homelessness. Let's spend 2 hours on youth mental health, on youth programming. Let's focus on youth stuff and spend all the hours that you folks have been here and help your neighbor and spend times on that. So hug somebody and be a friend, that knock on somebody's door to help them plow their driveway, whatever it is. But that will really impact what's happening to people in these lives. Nothing we can do with this resolution is going to help, in my mind, so I'm voting against it.
Lee Shirtliff.
I guess I slightly take exception with my colleague here, Greg. I don't know that I see this room as comfortable at all. The furnishings may be comfortable, the temperature may be comfortable, but I sit here with a lot of heartburn, and it's been going on for 24 hours. Some of it having to do with what I'm seeing on television and reading in the newspapers, and I share in many of the concerns that are here. You've begun to address things that making me rethink how this should be approached at a federal level. But let me talk a little bit about the past 24 hours and some of the concerns that have been brought forth to me in my community that include suicide, trying to find Narcan for substance abuse problems. This morning I went up to the fire station to try to figure out if we had paramedic coverage in the community today. We didn't. Lack of people up there, and had to look for some mutual aid resources. But while I was there, I had a hard time getting into the parking lot, because we're next door to the library, and there were dozens of people there for a food giveaway, which speaks to the insecurity that's in the community I represent. At the same time, our community resource hub, which is just getting off the ground, was meeting in that same facility. I pulled out of the driveway and saw a TCAT bus going by with 0 people on it, aside from the driver, wondering how we're going to sustain that. When I come into town tonight on Warren Road, I noticed the highway that Mike called out that was repaved, Warren Road, and looked at the airport runway and wondered where we stand with the airline movement to reestablish a line into Washington, D.C. And begin to think again, how are we going to sustain that airport? I looked at the public safety building, wondered, Lisa, where do we stand with our corrections officer contract? I wondered what Rich is going to report tonight as to the number of people in the public safety building and whether we're moving forward to give them adequate facilities. I saw 2 sheriff's cars with red lights and wondered if accompanying them were people from our crisis intervention team. I get down here and tried to find a parking spot in the neighborhood and looked at Library Place and wondered if we made the right decision. Lots of things. My point to all of this is that on every one of those topics I just discussed, I have an ability here to impact upon those issues and impact on the safety and security and quality of life for the Tompkins County residents. I don't think that spending 2.5 hours here or 8 hours or whatever the number may be, I'm not sure that I can have a strong impact on changing foreign policy and having our federal government relook at it. And I've got difficulty in supporting the resolution because I think there's a lot here that we haven't paid attention to for the last 2 or 3 months that are of urgency. I'm not going to support the resolution, but I certainly am listening to what the constituents had to say. And I'm also listening to the constituents stopping me on the street saying, what in the heck are you doing talking about foreign policy? And I have a lot of them asking me that question. Thank you.
Mike Sigler.
I wasn't going to speak again, but I have to just quickly respond to Greg a little bit. Number one, Ukraine is an ally of the United States and was attacked by Russia. So when you wonder why this may be somewhat analogous to Israel, Israel is an ally of the United States that was attacked by the government of Hamas. Yeah, there's actually not that much daylight between the two, at least in my mind. And I'm not a huge fan of shaming other people and why they would vote away or not away. You probably don't see that that's what you kind of did, but that's fine. I mean, if you want to go that route, then it really would be a fair question then to say that does this resolution in an odd way, leaving Hamas preserved as a government of Gaza, is it a show of support for Hamas as a government of Gaza? If you're saying that by voting against this, somehow you're for war and you're for more death, which is basically what you alluded to, reversing it seems a fair enough argument. So I would just, in the future, ask you not to do that. So that's it.
Greg Massey.
Yeah, I wasn't going to respond, but Mike, I couldn't have the last word.
Fair enough.
There's 2 things I want to talk about, because I'm not actually going to address your comments, because, again, I respect everybody's right to have the opinion that they do have. And I will say that we do have a process for solving all of the issues within our community. It's called member-filed resolutions, committee resolutions, right? So if we see a long list of things that we want to get done, start writing, friends, right? Put the resolutions on the table. Let us debate them, right? Some of us saw that this was an important issue as to the last 2 resolves, last 3 resolves, or sorry, this third to last and second to last resolve, actually, if we're going to be technical for the record, that actually do address things within our community, right? And so we wrote that, and we filed it as a member-filed resolution. So if we want to see TCAT improved, if we want to see childcare, if we want to see homelessness, if we want to see all these things, write the resolution, put it on the floor, and let's have the debate. I think everybody here is ready to do it. So I don't think that using that as a disguise to not address a global issue is really an argument that sits well with me. Because I haven't seen many member-filed resolutions or resolutions in committee that haven't come from staff. So I'd really like us, if we want to get to the business of the county, start writing. And I'm going to do that, and I'm going to challenge all my colleagues that this year, start writing, because we should be having vigorous debates about what's happening in our community, and right now, this is happening in our community, right? When the governor comes to Cornell's campus to make a statement about Islamophobia and anti-Semitism and all those things, that's our community. That's our responsibility. That's no longer foreign policy, but that's Tompkins County, right? She didn't stay in Albany. She came here to the seat of the county, the city of Ithaca in Tompkins County, right? So globally is impacting locally, and this is our chance to do something. So don't have any shame. You've got to go to sleep at night. You have to sit with how you're going to vote, and I respect that. I also would like to say, and just clarify the record, we got a lot of email opposing a one-sided ceasefire resolution when the Human Rights Commission's resolution was on the table. Since this resolution has been published, the number of emails that we've received opposing a ceasefire resolution have pretty much dwindled to near nothing. So yes, there are some nuances to this resolution that may not be strong enough for others, but I do want folks to know that the emails that we got opposing one-sided resolution, as the words that were used by those sending the emails, we took the suggestion from those emails and incorporated it into this resolution. So this resolution is not just a pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel, pro-Israel, anti-Palestinian. It's a collection. It's a blending of the two, which is what we see in our community. We see Jews, we see Palestinians, we see all sorts of things. And yeah, you know what? Some people are going to be upset by some of us voting on the right side of history. And I'm okay with that, because to Lee's point, this is not comfortable. This is uncomfortable. And this job should be uncomfortable, because every day it should challenge us to do the right thing. Right now, this is what's in front of us. We have the opportunity to do the right thing. Tomorrow, gosh, I sure hope it's homelessness. Then I hope it's childcare. Then I hope it's economic development and food security and all the other topics that we have to address. And I hope we give it as much time and we hear little to no complaint about the time we spend creating those solutions, because it's equally as important. But I don't really have anything else to say. I just wanted to clarify some information that was put out. And I don't know if we have the votes to pass. There's one person that hasn't spoke on the topic. But I really hope that we can get to 8, because I think it will mean a tremendous amount to our community.
I did want to say something about the vote that's going to come up very soon. I want to explain to those that are listening. According to the rules of the legislature, we need a majority vote to pass anything. There are 14 legislators, so a majority is 8. So it is possible that when we take the vote, you will hear 7 people say yes and 6 people say no, and you might think that that passed, but it did not pass. So I just wanted to make sure everyone understood. It takes 8 votes to pass the resolution here. After we take the vote, we're going to take a recess. Are there any legislators that want to make last comments before we vote? Veronica.
I can't say anything better than what Greg just did, so I just want to, for the probably not the record, because you're probably not doing this detailed, co-sign his entire last comment.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Randy Brown.
No.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Rich John.
No.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
No.
7 ayes, 6 noes, motion fails.
Okay, we are in recess. you. Okay. I read a quote by the new police chief of Ithaca, Chief Kelly. It says, "We need to get comfortable having uncomfortable conversations." I think we did that tonight. Okay, we are up to, where are we up to? Legislator privilege of the floor. Mike.
I'd like to see us skip over it. I don't know what the rest of the people feel, but.
Okay. So I guess I will offer those. Any burning things anyone needs to say? This will be the moment. Okay. Chair's report and chair's appointments. I'm not going to skip my chair's report. I'm going to do it. First thing I want to mention is we do have a new office in Chambers, an extension of what was there already built out for our clerks. I think it was done really nicely. It fits right in. Most people walk in, don't really realize that something new has happened there. And what I do want to mention for us and for the public too is that we did have to move some chairs around where the public sits, but we did not eliminate any chairs. So it's the same number of chairs as there was before. I wanted to mention, if I can find it. I'll look for him in a minute. Okay, I'll mention something else. We are advertising for a county attorney. We need the job description went out, the job notice went out, I think about a week and a half ago. And so I just wanted to say to the public, to anyone that's listening, we are in need of a county attorney. Tompkins County is a great place to work. And so if you have any leaning towards that, or if you have any place that you could post such a job opening, please do that, because we need somebody. We have Holly working on an interim basis. It's what, like 8 months already, or 6 months or something like that? 6 months. So you need a break. I also wanted to mention that I went to the COFA, County Office for the Aging, open house today. It's not an open house, public hearing. This is something that they do once a year. And it was an excellent event. They talked about all the things that they do, and it was open to members of the public to talk about other things they would like to see done. And there was a lot of discussion there about increasing funding from state and maybe federal levels to programs for seniors in our counties. But I took away a slightly different message, which was there's a great need for volunteers in these programs. And so that is something that I've committed myself to do a little bit, is to try to spread that word. And that's why I'm taking the time, even though we've just spent a lot of time and everyone's hoping I'd go quickly, to try to promote the idea of doing a little bit of volunteerism to help seniors in our community. And we're talking about little things. We're talking about friendly visits, I think they call them. We go to people's homes maybe once a week, or even less frequent than that, just to visit somebody and chat, or to do small chores like shopping, or slightly larger chores like shoveling snow, mowing, yard work, that kind of thing. So I just wanted to put that out there in the public. I'm going to bang that drum a few more times in times to come. And then the one thing that I can't find that I'll just mention really quickly is I looked through our agenda tonight at all the different grants that we are accepting from outside sources, mostly from state and federal, but also from some private. And I don't have the exact figure in my hand because I lost my paper, but it's well over $2 million, 7 different resolutions that we're going to pass tonight to bring in over $2 million of outside money. And I just think we take this stuff for granted. We rubber stamp them, and that's fine. But this is really what local government does great. This is what our government does really well. This is really important to the community. This provides services for our residents. This provides jobs for our residents. So I just really wanted to thank our employees that write these grants, but also to all our employees that provide the structure that is Tompkins County government, that we can operate these grants once we get them. That is my chair's report. Thank you for your patience. Oh, yes, this is not my chair's report. A lot of papers up here. We have to do, so just the chair's appointments. Okay, so I have 2 chair's appointments. To the Tompkins County Youth Services Board, Judy Drake from the town of Lansing, and Ruth Merle Doyle from the city of Ithaca. Okay, next up is special presentations. Tonight, we have a presentation from Jay Franklin, Director of Assessment, on all things, or many things, assessment and taxes. Jay, you're on. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me here. It's hard to follow up that discussion when we get to hear about tax rates and the thrillingness that this is. But hopefully share my screen. Here we go. Anyone know where we're at? I like pulling up old aerials. I love aerials.
Old fairgrounds, isn't it?
Old fairgrounds, where Wegmans, all of that fun activity is. You can see the creek, kind of see where Nate's should be over here as well. So, I don't know. My favorite show on TV is Aerial America. If you ever watch that, I could just sit there on this on the Smithsonian Channel for hours on end. I don't need to travel anywhere. I can see all of that. So I've gotten a lot of questions this year. I don't know why, but everyone seems to ask me about tax rates this year and how do they work? Why is the county tax rate different from everybody else? So hopefully these slides will kind of go through there. You know, I create the tax base based upon the value of property. Taxing jurisdictions create those tax levies and they just meet together. I'm a math person, so you meet the quotient. That's the tax rate. Get some definitions so we're all on the same page here. Tax base, that's just the total assessed value of all real property minus any applicable exemptions that we have. That's me. I'm the assessor. I determine that. The budget, that's the overall revenue and expenses for a taxing jurisdiction. Those taxing jurisdictions determine that. Or us as residents of our school districts determine that. But unfortunately, only about 10% of the registered voters actually vote in school district elections. That's pretty sad. Last year, I tried to be a little more vocal, tried to publicize people getting out to vote in the elections, and the number actually went down a couple slight percentage points. So I'm trying not to speak so much about that this year in the hopes of that reverse kind of psychology. The tax levy. You know, that's the amount of money needed to be raised by a taxing jurisdiction after all other sources of revenue have been applied. The property tax is the tax of last resort. So when you figure out how much money we're going to be spending on all of the services we want to provide, we take our state aid, federal aid, sales tax, fees, fines, all of that other money coming in, and whatever is left over, that's the tax levy. It's the only way that we can generate more money. So I always say, if you see your state and federal income taxes are going to be cut, your property taxes are going to go up. That's less money coming in from those other resources, and it just falls on the backs of our taxpayers. And then the tax rate is simply the tax levy divided by the tax base multiplied times 1,000. And math just comes up with that rate right there. There's not any input by anyone else. It's very simple to figure that one out. Here's a couple of examples. If our tax base was $5 billion, we wanted to raise $15 million in the levy. 15 million divided by 5 billion times 1,000, we get a $3 per 1,000 tax rate. Now, if the tax base goes up 10% to 5.5 billion, doesn't mean the levy has to go up. Just because property's worth more doesn't mean we're going to be spending more in those services that we provide. They are two unrelated variables. They are correlated when they come together with a tax rate, but they are unrelated when we each develop those. So if we went up to a tax base of 5.5, that same levy, math gets us to a tax rate of 2.72 repeating. Now, if we kind of change this conversation, and I've heard this a lot recently from some of our taxing jurisdictions, well, we kept the tax rate the same. Yes, but you benefited from a lot of increased values due to those increased sale prices. And when I can go out to 6 digits to calculate a tax rate, that decision on what's that property, the tax of last resort, changes. You're almost backing into how much money you want to raise and see how much we may be able to hide within that tax rate discussion. You know, I've seen it from towns. We decreased our taxes 2%. No, you didn't. You raised them 10%. You know, I'm more than happy to take responsibility for any assessment on our assessment roll, but I can't take responsibility for something that I don't control. So when people look at me and blame me for high taxes, I don't know how to respond. It's just not something I control. I think my total budget's about $1.3 million, so you can blame me for that. But the $320 million that we generate here in Tompkins County in property tax, I don't really have a whole lot to say on that. I could double values, I can cut them in half, spending doesn't change. So, the other topic, get off my soapbox there for a little bit. You know, why is the county tax rate different between municipalities? And the main difference is how municipalities use sales tax in order to offset the county rate. Now, this is really left pocket, right pocket, whether they use sales tax to lower the county rate or use it in their town budget, they're still generating the same amount of money, and I have an example for Caroline. But the key here is that the New York State taxable state-owned forest land only pays town and school district taxes. They are exempt from county taxes. So we don't really care where our tax rate falls. But it is something significant for the towns to be able to lower their county tax rate and increase their town tax rate in order to generate more money from New York State. Small amount for election chargebacks. We used to waste time and effort charging back $1,000 of workman's comp. I'm so glad Rick did away with that. That was just one more figure, one more calculation we had to do. And if you see me during tax time, it's not my kids who gave me gray, it's really tax time. So here's a nice simple spreadsheet as to how we calculate county tax. You don't need to look at that because that's too complicated. I want to break it down just into its components to be able to really see that, yes, it is equitable, no one's getting cheated, we're fine. So the first step here is we determine the proportionate share of the tax base. So here's our assessed value minus any exemptions. We're a shade over about $10 billion here in the county. So if we look, the town of Caroline is responsible for makes up 3.2% of our tax base. So they're going to be responsible for 3.2% of our county taxes and down the line. So we just apportion that out. So from there, what we do is we have after you do your budget deliberations, you go through all of your iterations, you come up and say, we need to generate $43,445,119. So from that, we now say, all right, Caroline, you're responsible for 3.2% of that, or 1.7 million. Danby, you're responsible for 4%, you're responsible for 2.1. At this point, if we didn't allow sales tax offsets, we wouldn't have to go through anymore. Our gross county tax rate would be $5.31. But we allow more things to happen. So from here, what we now do is we allow towns to subtract from their overall county levy what they want to use for sales tax. As to where that number comes from, I'd have to defer to Drew. I just get that number in the spreadsheet and we put it in here. So by doing so, this is going to lower their net tax. We add in election chargebacks as well. I defer to Lisa to explain that. I don't know what goes into these numbers. I just know how to use them. So from here, now in Caroline, rather than needing to generate $1.7 million on the tax bill, they apply $881,000 of sales tax credits. We add in $5,909.55 in election chargebacks. So now Caroline we only need to generate $832,000 from the town of Caroline. Danby 1.2, and so forth down that line. So from here, we take that net tax that we have to raise from that municipality, we divide it by the assessed value there, multiplying times 1,000, and that's why we have different tax rates for all of our municipalities. And believe me, it's fun when you have to check 16 tax rates out to the 6th digit after you've already looked at 38 special districts. Thank you, Dryden, for consolidating all of your special districts. It's not a fun time checking tax rates and getting people to sign off, especially when you're doing it in December, people are on break, you're not always their highest priority, but we get it done and it's fun. But I want to show you an example of really how this works. So here's the town of Caroline, and there on the top of the blue line, it's how they currently do their county taxes. They use that offset. So we have their taxable value. You see their taxable value for Caroline is higher because of that taxable state-owned forest land. It's exempt for our purposes, but taxable for them. So if you use sales tax, we get down to a net tax of $832 million. And in Caroline's budget, they're going to raise $1.8 million. When we calculate those two tax rates, they come out to a combined $7.99 and a whole bunch of other decimal points after that. Now, if they didn't use the offset and they instead used that money in their own town budget, their tax rate, and so now rather than generating $1.8 million from their town taxes, they need to generate $932,000. We calculate those two tax rates. Their tax rates combined is almost 10 cents higher. By having that higher tax rate of $5.4 per thousand as opposed to $2.8 per thousand, and the $13.8 million of taxable state-owned forest land in the town of Caroline, they generate about $36,000 more from New York State than if they didn't use that sales tax offset. Based upon the median single-family home, it saves them about $22. Now, we're not talking huge money there, but I don't know. With me, anytime we can get a little more money from New York State, I think it's something that we should do. But this is one of those things, it's a savings, it's complicated, it's convoluted, but hopefully this explained this just a little bit more so that you understand the reason for the difference is for the benefit of the taxpayers in order to generate more money from the rest of New York State to come into our property tax system. Any questions on this? Because now I'm going to jump into the 2023-2024 AEM program.
Jump away.
Oh, hey, look, same picture, just 90 years later.
Veronica?
Oh, sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question? So would it be correct to say that under no circumstance does a human directly select a tax rate? We make other decisions that then result in a certain tax rate, like?
Correct,
okay.
yeah, math just selects our tax rate for us. You make the decisions on your spending, your revenue estimates in order to come up with how much do we need to generate from that property tax bill. I generate how valuable all the property is in that municipality, and math creates that tax rate. So moving in here, I want to briefly touch on our 2024 AEM program, mainly because I'm here and I want to do it. But I also want to provide this kind of update, and I'll go in a little more in depth with Geo in March on this. So who we are, we were formed as a vote of the 1968 charter vote. We took 20 part-time assessors. They became 5 full-time appraisers under the guidance of Tom Payne. My dad was one of those. He was the assessor for the town of Ithaca and then came over when it was started in 1970. So we had a total of 15 full-time equivalents way back then as compared to the 13.3 we have. It wasn't done as a cost savings measure, though, when we consolidated. It was done to increase the service and the professionalism within that department. Being able to take part-time individuals and have full-time professional assessors really made us that leader here within New York State. And I did an updated study in 2017, which shows due to our consolidation of effort, we saved the taxpayers here around $619,000. Way back when the state looked at consolidating assessment offices into different formats, and through my private life, I did a couple studies for some counties. And one Saturday afternoon, I didn't have the right data. This is pre-kids, pre-wife. So I was a member of the No Life Club back then. And I said, hey, what would happen to Tompkins County if we disbanded? What would that look like? And one thing I could say with other counties, a lot of the counties didn't put the priority and the emphasis on their assessment function. And it showed when you looked at a consolidated system. But for a place that did have some priority within there, it showed a significant reduction by going to a consolidated office. And you know, that's simple. The less people you have doing a job, the more money it saves. An odd thing is I'm the director of assessment. I'm the property assessor for the county. Tax assessor is not a good word. I don't assess taxes. I assess property. I'm an appraiser. Other states do allow the assessor a little more authority, and tax rates are based upon a percentage of the overall tax base, but that's not in New York State. But I also perform the duties of the real property tax director. So I maintain tax maps, I do the tax bills, I do correction of errors, all those other fun things. And I thought this was a great quote from the Ithaca Journal back when we did that charter vote. And then the Charter Commission members chose to put the whole question together in the belief that countywide assessing is perhaps the biggest asset in the whole charter. And we are the only countywide assessing unit within New York State. As you head further west and counties become more the norm, you'll get more countywide assessing when you head out to the west of our country. Nassau County also went countywide assessing back in 1938. But they also have some city and village assessors. So you have 2 assessors assessing the same property for the same purpose. And I'll show you how confusing that is. But to get down, why do we do what I do? Why do I come here every year? Why do I jack up assessments every year? And the reason I do that is because the law says that I shall. The New York State Real Property Tax Law, Section 305, says that all property in each assessing unit shall be assessed at a uniform percentage of value, fractional assessments. We can choose 1%, 50%, 100%, whatever it is. It's not going to change someone's tax bill. And we have to make sure that everyone is assessed at a uniform percentage of value each year. If we don't adjust values, typically the higher priced properties appreciate at a higher rate. The lower priced properties appreciate at a much lower rate. If we don't adjust those values, the tax burden is then shifted unfairly to the lower priced properties than the higher priced properties. We saw this back when we really started kicking off the annual equity maintenance program. We had a couple towns who said we were arbitrary and capricious in how we did our assessment function. And then I showed them and said, hey, if we didn't do anything, here's how much more your county taxes would have grown as a proportionate share of our total, because they were appreciating a lot less than the town of Ithaca, Lansing, and the city of Ithaca were. So that tax burden would have been unfairly shifted to our rural residents. I don't care where values go, where taxes go. I just want to make sure our assessments are correct. I kind of mentioned this before. The property tax is an ad valorem tax. It's based upon the value of the property. Who owns a piece of property or what their income is, we don't look at that. I don't care who owns a property. If someone's having a hard day, they lost their job, that's not something that I can look at. I have to put on our blinders, and we just have to value what that bricks and mortar is. So why do we do this? I talked about that equity. That's important. You know, I hear a lot of discussion about our level of taxes around here, and if they are high, we want to make sure people are paying their fair share. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Why we do it is transparency. And here's the Nassau County assessment information for a couple years. They actually post like 2 years in the future. They get so many reviews because they value at 0.1%. So here's this house that has an assessment of $675 in 2019. Nassau County is going to value at 0.1%, so they're going to have a fair market value of $675,000. However, on their assessment roll, they say, no, you can pay on that, but we're going to underassess you by $36,000. Your fair market value is really $711,000, but they can phase in their assessments. They're a class 1 municipality when it comes to this. So they have 4 different classes of properties. They phase in assessments. If we tried to do that, we would be breaking the law, but they got the law rewritten for them. So they're not really breaking the law. They're just not being equitable. So in 2020, the same property kind of went up in value a little bit. You know, if you got an assessment change notice that said your assessment went from $675 to $681, you're going to be like, all right, I went up $6. I don't care. What does that really mean? That really means you went up a little bit more than that. You know, your value went up $6,000. And here's the confusing part. The city of Glen Cove also assesses property. So for 2021, this house had an assessment for county and school tax purposes of $732, which means it's valued at $732,000. However, for the city of Glen Cove, they're going to value you at $619,000 with a 95% level of assessment, which means your fair market value is $651. 2 assessors, same job, different value, different level of assessment. Hopefully you're confused, because every time I look at this chart, I'm confused too. And that's, you know, I was a math major at SUNY Binghamton, not Binghamton University. In order to get to 0.1%, you got to get to 100% first. Why do I want to do more work? I don't want to do more math. I did that in college. I don't want to do any more. So it's just easier. The public doesn't have to then say, oh, what am I valuing this property at? They don't need to do that research. They can look at their change notice, they can look at their tax bill, and is my property worth this? A couple other reasons to do this. We have defensible assessments, meaning we change these values. If we don't change values, we also have commercial and residential properties that change at a different rate. As soon as you go to a fractional value, all of the property tax attorneys will be knocking on our door and suing us over their commercial values. We have increased state land assessments. Each year, because we are on the annual reassessment program, we get new values from New York State. We get new values for utility and special franchise properties. Just this year, I added $54 million to the Borger Station out in Dryden on Ellis Hollow Creek Road. $54 million. I've never increased an assessment that much before. But that was all of the improvements that they had made over the last couple of years. That made a significant change in Dryden's tax base, having that sort of increase. Increased bond ratings. Every time we go out to bond, I get a nice email from our finance director saying, please explain what we're doing here. So because we're updating those values, we're able to see a little bit more. And, you know, for me, it's the right thing to do. We don't freeze income taxes at last year's. We don't freeze sales taxes. it's based upon what you did in that year, and we re-up it the next year. So why are we increasing? It's happening everywhere. We're not building houses for the demand that we have. I spend a lot of time on Zillow. I just love the site. It's on my phone. It's just what I do. I urge you to do it. Go take a look. There's nothing for sale right now. It's just nothing. The requirements to build are too restrictive here. I see it all the time. I talk to developers. If we would just tell them what we wanted, that would alleviate one of their concerns. They don't have to go to all of the planning board meetings. They bring their architect, their attorney, their general contractor, and they keep coming back and back. And, if you have an attorney come to a meeting, it's not just the 30 minutes that you may be on the agenda. You're paying at least half a day, if not the full day, depending on if they have to travel. So that's a significant cost that adds into that. Building costs are too high right now as well. So anything we can do to alleviate those costs will go a long way. Our labor is too thin. I talked to a housing developer here. He's like, nope, I can't get people to come do my drywall. I'm moving to Boston. I can build $5 million townhomes there, have 3 shifts of people, and be able to actually build. One thing is we've really made it a priority to build low-income apartments here, and we've done a great job. We've really done a great job and made an impact there. We just need to put that focus on building for-sale housing as well. There's a apartment complex that's going to get an estimated $16 million in property tax breaks. It's not an approved project yet. I don't know how it's received an IDA abatement for that. But imagine what we could do with $16 million, and that's just one project, in order to build wealth within our residents. And for most people, your house is your biggest investment you have. I know that's true for me. So if we want to build up our residents, housing is a way to do that, to build wealth within our residents as opposed to building wealth in outside developers. Another reason why we have a low supply is interest rates are so high. That's broken that life cycle of housing. You buy your starter home, you have a family, you move into a bigger house, maybe you add another kid, you add another bigger house, and then once your kids leave, you downsize and move into the smaller ones. Now with interest rates 6.5%, it's not cost efficient for people to move and have that housing cycle through that life cycle. We're just not seeing things for sale. We're seeing a higher importance on external environmental factors. I read something, we're in an eco-tourism location with people coming here because of our climate and our resistance to natural disasters. I don't know how true that is. I was picking up sticks last week and I saw this huge snake out in my yard. It had to have been at least like here. Scared the daylights out of me. But we are a great area here. I think sometimes we forget that. I know I forget that sometimes. Another thing that I think we're also seeing is bidding fatigue. And here's 3 examples of houses that have sold this year, 2024. You had a property listed for $697. It's sold for $825. Another one listed for $600, sold for $710. Listed $699, sold for $870. With nothing for sale, people are bidding. And one thing I also think with this is, we need housing in all sorts of price range. We need $150,000, $200,000 houses, your small ranch burger houses. We need estates as well. If we want to develop industry and have economic development here, we need places for people to live that can afford to live in $5 million homes. It's one of those things, we need homes. Regardless, we can just end it right there. And so why do we do this? So Our 2023 assessment roll we filed on July 1 of 2023 is not reflective of the market value as of July 1 of 2023. I think it's important to pull out that for our assessments, we're not trying to predict what a property will sell for. We're trying to reflect what a property would have sold for as of our valuation date. So this is where I enjoy getting back into my math of being able to look at our assessment roll and see how equitable it is. So one way you do that is you do a sales price ratio study. So you take your assessment, divide it by the sale price, and if you're under 1, the sale prices are greater than your assessment, and that shows you're not assessing at 100%. If it's over 1, you're over assessing, and you're not assessing at 100%. So based upon the 700, 600 sales of single-family homes we had, our 2023 assessment roll was about at 82, 83% of value. So we saw a good appreciation from July 1, 2022 to July 1 of 2023. We also look at our price-related differential. This looks at our vertical equity on our assessment roll. This makes sure that we're not over-assessing lower-priced properties and under-assessing higher-priced properties. That's what's typical for an assessor. It's hard to hit that range. It's hard to see that $3 million sale price. It's hard to really know how poor condition a house is and is it going to be valued at $40,000. This acceptable range is somewhere between 0.98 and 1.03. So we're within that acceptable range. The coefficient of dispersion tests your horizontal equity on your assessment roll. So what that does is says, on average, we're about 11% off of that mean ratio. And when we're looking at our real estate market, that's not a perfect market, and especially today, it's even less of a perfect market. For us, our standard for the IAAO is 15. So we're well within that. So we have a uniform roll at a low value. So typically what I would do is say, all right, what's really moving? Are the old style houses are moving? Is good condition houses moving? And I dive down deeper into that. This year I didn't have to. This year, after 2 years of trending, I told my appraisers, 2 of you are in a car and I don't want to see you again until the end of the year. Not really that, I like my people. But we started June 26th, even before we filed that final assessment roll. We ended on December 26th. We had 2 appraisers in the car and they did a parcel by parcel review and made the adjustments in order to get to 100% of fair market value for that property. And talking with them, this was probably the most difficult year we had because there was such a variation within what a property would sell for. A lot less houses on the market. We're going to see more variation, more bidding, more of that demand on that. And it's just been hard trying to really peg that value. Not overly hard, but it's a lot easier because this year we would look at a property and be like, I think that could be 400. I think that could be 550. I don't quite know where this one's going to go. So based upon our appraisers' experience and knowledge of the market, they had to peg that value somewhere. And I guarantee we'll be told if we're wrong. If the property owner gets it and we're wrong, they'll let us know. If their neighbors see it and we're wrong, their neighbors will let us know as well. We also revalued all of the apartments this year. The last time we mailed income and expense questionnaires, we got 13 returned to us. This year we got 227. And I think that really shows the trust that we have in that market segment. Before, they always just said, here, you show us your number first. If you're wrong, we'll let you know. If you're low, we ain't gonna talk to you. This year, they really came out and said, here's some data. We're able to develop what's called a valuation factor file to be able to say, here, a 1-bedroom is gonna rent for X in this area. Here's our expense data as well. You know, what's your utility expense? How much is the reserves that you're building up? How's the security deposits? How are you addressing that? The stormwater fees. So it's always good to get that expense data for our records. Income's a little bit easier because we see it online. Expense data is a little bit harder to gather. And after we take a look at this, the next thing I do is I do a multiple regression formula for each of the towns. I then apply that to all of our subject properties, and we take a look at where are those outliers. So we take a look at that 5% that model can't predict on either end, and then we go in and make sure that we are uniform with those figures. A lot of the times they're just odd properties that a model isn't going to predict. If we were in Maricopa County, Arizona, I wouldn't need nearly as many appraisers because every property looks the same. A multiple regression model could accurately predict those values. Here we have such a diverse landscape. It's going to get you in the ballpark, but it's not going to get you all the way there. That's why we need those appraisers. So when we'll start mailing these changes out, February 23rd, all values will be posted that morning when I get in and update our online database. But we're going to flip the mailing this year. The last 2 mailings we did, the city and Caroline went first. This year we're going to go to Ulysses and Dryden and mail those out first. So there's a chart on the right on when the mailing will happen. We allow online assessment reviews. I created a form for people to go in, upload supporting documentation. We're going to hold the same phone call hearings that we did. When you're talking 5-10 people with 5-10 minutes with people, there's not a lot that you could really do in person. We found the phone calls was good. We got the same amount of data from those calls. The people appreciated. No one wants to drive down, find parking, come into our office for 5 minutes. We don't have the space in our office to be able to cycle through 8 people every 10 minutes. So this was good. But then, we had the last day to submit our reviews is April 12th, and then we'll file our tentative assessment roll on May 1. But that's all I got, I think. Yep. Sorry for being so quick and so late tonight, but I want to get this out to you before we got the notices out.
Thank you, Jay. Obviously, a lot of stuff in there. Mike Sigler.
I actually have 3 questions, Jay. You mentioned the Borger Station. What does that do, the Borger Station?
That's a gas transmission site.
Okay. So was it assessed more because it's pumping more gas? What's the deal with that?
These are one types of property that New York State values for us, and we apply those values. So my understanding is that they did a lot of physical improvements to their gas line. I want to say in 2022, with these utility properties, it typically takes 1 more year. So these were improvements to those gas lines.
All right. And my other question, the big question I have is, and I get this from like homeowners that own like small apartment, like say they have a 2-unit downtown, so it's like a duplex. And they've bought it and they're assessed at full value. But then they see the big landlord who just bought something that has 40 units, and they're not getting assessed at the price they paid. And I know we do a whole income thing with that, but I can't explain that really to them, because wouldn't they be able to do the same thing if they own a duplex? Couldn't they do an income thing? And would that be better for them, or would it work out to be worse? I don't know.
For the 2 units, we do look at those with an income approach, but we also look at what they are selling for in order to reconcile that value. With commercial properties, no sale is simple. What we're seeing on a lot of our commercial properties is people are buying it for the future value. They're buying it for that appreciation. They're looking at, well, in 10 years, I'm making this investment, I think it's going to be worth Y. Imagine if I said that. I think your property is worth more today because in 10 years, you're going to be able to sell it more. Within New York State, it's a black letter law that we have to value property in its current use as of that valuation date. So when we're looking at the current use and the current value of that property, I don't think I can look at a discounted cash flow approach to value, to where you build in that reversion value into the value today. So we look at what is that income stream today and what is someone willing to pay for that income stream. You know, that's, when I started here 28 years ago, this job was a lot easier because people were buying income-producing properties based upon what they could put in their pocket at the end of the day. Now they're looking at what can I put in the end of my holding period? How can I look bigger? How can I get 4,000 beds under my portfolio? You know, can I use internal debt in order to be able to try to become bigger and be a bigger player? So there's a lot more that goes into involve in commercial properties. And to be honest, it kind of scares me with residential properties because I'm starting to hear that same discussion. You know, I think I'm going to be here at Cornell for 10 years. I'm able to afford this high interest rate. Maybe interest rates are going to come down. I don't know if we'll ever see 3% again. You know, that was kind of unique. You know, maybe we'll get down a little bit, but I think if residential buyers are looking at the future appreciation of their purchase, that's really changed the dynamic of buying property.
No, that's the best answer I've heard on that, actually. My last question is, you had talked about one of the hurdles to building single-family homes is like all these different, just let me know what I need to do. We've talked about having a county code before. I mean, is that a discussion we should talk about like much more seriously? Because would that even make it easier? I don't know if it would.
I don't know the answer, but I think the more we can discuss this, the more we can bring it to light, the more we can encourage trying to build wealth in our residents, it's not going to be a bad thing. I mean, I don't know how much the county can do because it's all land use at the town, but we can facilitate that discussion and bring it to that issue. You know, it's a county issue, but it's something that the towns are responsible for. So it's our issue, in my opinion, as well.
Mike Lane.
Jay, thanks. This was very clear, what you presented, and I wish every town and village trustee and mayor and supervisor could see it. I think back to when I was in village government, I didn't know the difference between tax rates and tax levies. I didn't really learn that till I came here and got educated on it. And I'm sure that there are a lot of well-meaning public officials out there that don't understand that. I would hope that perhaps they could draw on your expertise. I suggested that to my own boards in Dryden, and I just want to thank you for what you did tonight.
Thank you. I will be at TCOG March 28th, I believe.
Greg Mezzi.
Yeah, Jay, I appreciate the information and the Q&A. I think it's been very productive. You did mention one thing about IDA abatements, and I just want to make sure we clarify a few things. Typically with an abatement, the property that's receiving the abatement is received at the sort of current or the previous to the abatement market value. Is that correct?
That used to be the case.
Okay.
Now there is, like, it used to be what was the value before whatever improvement went up.
Yeah.
Now that's not the case. Each pilot is now individual and not uniform, so I can't say that's true. A lot, they set a base payment amount at X dollars, and I don't know where that comes from.
Okay, so the base payment amount is set, and then the additional value creation on that parcel is stepped in over a period of time?
Not always. Typically, it is that, you know, you're fully exempt, you're 10% taxable, 20%. I've seen a lot of the newer pilots that just set a tax payment for 30 years, 40 years. Again, I don't know where that figure comes from or how it's calculated, but it's not uniform anymore.
Got it. And when do you think that switch happened?
Within the last 10 years, geez, now that I think COVID's 4 years, good Lord. So I would say 16, 17, somewhere around there.
Okay.
When did AES go out? 17, 18? Or Milliken? So somewhere around there.
So I guess the last question, though, is, are you also hearing from developers without the tax abatements that some of these projects would be difficult to build for the reasons you listed previously on your slides: cost, labor, acquisition, the entitlement process, et cetera, et cetera? I just want to be careful about making a statement about $16 million not coming back into our community when the flip side of that could be also the value, the future value of that building may not exist without the possibility for those abatements.
Yep. I'm not privy to the financial information that's given to the various properties that do get an abatement, but we don't have any abatements in College Town. We do for the Briazzo Center, and that's only to make sure that it stays taxable. But all of the apartment buildings that get built in College Town are built without abatements. All of the student housing built downtown are built with abatements.
And I guess, how do you find student housing? Is there a percentage of occupants that defines student housing for a downtown facility?
No, I look at, when I talk to people, and I know who lives in certain units, and when I talk to the developer, oh, so who do you rent to? Oh, we rent to grad students, we rent to students. So the information that I have, City Center is the majority students as opposed to residents. And that sounds really bad. Students are residents. They're an important part of us. I don't want to make that distinction of them not being residents, but when you look at students, and I don't know how to describe it.
Counties.
Perfect.
Thanks.
You said it, I didn't.
Rich.
Thanks. I wanted to chime in on the IDA discussion and abatements. Abatements are not granted on existing value. So if it's a bare lot, there's an assessed value for the land. That's never abated, Jay. And to my knowledge, we do use the same formula for properties where abatements are granted. There is some variation depending on if the developer meets further development goals, say stretch energy goals, for example, to make a super efficient building. You know, and I'd also just touch on something you said about housing, individual houses versus these developments. We see growth in our tax base from a couple different directions. One is, as you indicate, you change the value, that a house sells for more, so any house like it, their taxes go up, or their assessed value goes up, maybe their taxes go up. But it's not new bricks and mortar. And we have done something substantial in our community in terms of adding a lot of new bricks and mortar that benefit every taxpayer. Those taxes are phased in over time, but through the full life of the building, they're going to well outpay any tax abatement that's ever granted. So I don't want to leave anybody who's watching this meeting with any confusion that they're subsidizing these developments. In the long run, the taxes get paid, and it's a net benefit to the community. You know, I don't want to get into a big back and forth, but that just didn't sound right to me. Thanks.
Randy.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as of Thursday, there were 6 houses in Tompkins County between $200,000 and $300,000 on the market. Just an idea where that's at. I just wanted to thank Jay. He's been working with the Mobile Manufactured Home Working Group and providing a lot of data on manufactured homes in the county. I know they appreciate your work. It was interesting that we had a recent meeting, and you mentioned that manufactured homes, we haven't seen in the last 20 years where they reduced in value, which is different from what it was for many years. And I think manufactured homes are an opportunity for people that want to buy a home that's $200,000 or less, where they can build some income. So just wanted to share that.
The manufactured home of today is the modular home of yesterday. they're built so much better. They don't deteriorate and depreciate like the single wides used to do. Nowadays, you would have a hard time knowing if you walked into a double wide. You'd really have to look for the certain characteristics of it to really know that you were in a double wide, as opposed to a modular or even, a 1970s ranch house. It's just, they're much higher quality than what they once were, but unfortunately, they still have that stigma that they did have, and still do have.
Any final questions or comments for Jay? Veronica?
I guess maybe this is as much for Rich, although you're doing the next presentation, so hopefully on topic. That the IDA tax breaks, they absolutely are subsidizing development. One could argue about whether that's I think the argument is whether they're taking away taxes that wouldn't be there or not, which rests on answering the question of would developers simply not come here if there weren't tax breaks, but they are subsidizing development. The same development without them would be paying more taxes for a significant amount of time.
Veronica, you're correct. I misspoke in using that word subsidize. What I meant is that if you look at it as a whole, the community wins on these developments in terms of increasing tax base and long-term taxes paid by far. But you're right, there is a very short-term subsidy. Wrong word to use.
The other thing, I just wanted us to be careful to maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe not say things like Jay raises the value of a house, because I think part of why you're here is to explain to us that you do your very best to just assess what is the value. You're not making the values go up and down with a wand.
Yeah, I don't have that power. We used to talk about who was the most powerful, and I don't have that power. I just reflect what the market is, and I don't care where the market goes. I like to see an appreciating market because that means we're in a good economy. I would love to have a downturn in our real estate prices so that we can go back in reducing values. I think people forget from 1990 when the bubble burst in '89, we decreased values in my office every year from 1990 to 1997. Now, granted, that's when I started working at the assessment office, and I've seen an appreciating market every year since. I must just be good luck, but it's just one of those things. I would love to show people that we don't care where it goes and we will reduce values. We want to do what is right and what's reflective of that market. So I appreciate you pointing that out. Yeah, I don't jack up values, we just reflect them. The market's created by all of us when we go into that market to buy and sell houses. We just try to reflect what that is.
All right, we probably need to move on. Any last burning comments or questions or statements, Jay? No?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
This is the time I'm normally asleep on my couch, so.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your nap time with us. All right, so given that it is very late and we still have quite a ways to go, I'm thinking that people are going to be okay with putting a few subjects aside as we can. So with that in mind, Rich, can we abate your IDA report till another time?
I think that'd be a great idea. I'm ready to move on.
Thank you.
But
Are you
I'd be happy to
subsidizing our
speak
time?
about this in our next meeting if you'd wish.
Yeah, next meeting, please, put it on your calendar. County Administrator, Lisa Holmes.
Thank you. Just a few brief updates from me. One on the, we have our core components drafted now of the strategic operations plan. We've drafted mission, vision, and value statements and 5 potential strategic priority areas. And there's going to be an online survey launched in the coming weeks to gather more community input, as well as reconvening focus groups throughout February for the iterative process to make sure that we're hitting the mark before we come back to the legislature for another draft of where we've come. So I wanted to put that out there to be looking for that in February. Secondly, we're going to be, we had our first round, we had our round of interviews for the budget director candidates. We're going back out to search, unfortunately. The position is posted, and hoping to find some great candidates for the budget director position. Next, we have departments have submitted their goals for 2024, and they'll be coming to committees in February and early March, so be on the lookout for those. And we're also going to plan for an update at the next legislature meeting from the Community Justice Center. So Mona will be joining us at that meeting. That's all I've got.
Questions or comments for Lisa? Okay, report from County Attorney.
Thanks, Dan. Things are going fine in the office. This past week has been fun and interesting. And I just want to piggyback on your announcement for the county attorney. I'd like everyone to also share that we're still looking for applications for our paralegal aid position, which will also be a significant help in the office. We've been able to extend the application deadline for that position, which has caused us to get a few applications. So that was good to extend that deadline, but it's still open. So we're still hoping for some more applicants there and looking forward to have a full office soon.
Thank you. Questions or comments for Holly? Thank you, Holly. Finance Department report. Drew.
Good evening, everyone. Just a few quick updates. We're running into our busy season of kicking off audits. A few updates that you may be interested in. Real property tax auction. We're down to 30 properties currently, which is one of our lowest ones. It's 13 residential and 17 vacant. So being the 1st of February, that's incredible on the staff and the Treasury. The bond anticipation notes, which is a 1-year bond that we just issued earlier this week, 3.415%, which is a very good rate. Again, a lot of that goes into the credit and the history of Tompkins County of being a great investment. The official offering statement for those bonds was just received. Lori and I are going through it now, and she'll be sending that out by the end of the week to all the legislatures. It's got a lot of riveting information, so I encourage you to read it. Quickly, I'll put in a sales pitch for the Budget Capital Personnel Committee that's meeting on Thursday. Lori will be there, and she's going to do a whole slew of 4th quarter reports for sales tax, investments, adult use cannabis tax, and occupancy tax. So tune into that. It's 9 a.m. Thursday. Any questions?
Questions or comments for Drew? Randy.
Just a comment. This is public knowledge. One of the properties that was through tax foreclosure was the Enfield Community Center in Enfield. And so they took part of their budget to pay that bill, unfortunately, because they were worried about being foreclosed on. The Enfield Town Board passed a resolution to forgive their portion of that tax for the year 2021, I believe. That was just recently. So I don't know how that works, but this has been an issue for over a year or two. Enfield Community Council is a nonprofit. There was a problem when they converted from a church to the Enfield Community Center, and somehow it missed the exemption for a year, and that's why that happened. I believe they paid $15,000, which was, I think, about 25% of their budget, just to let you know how much money they're dealing with there. So I don't know where to go with this, but I'm going to put a resolution forward to forgive the county's portion of that tax. And I've also spoken to Ithaca School District, and they're interested in forgiving their portion of the tax. I think that's the way to go, because we can't forgive everybody's taxes, right? We can only forgive our own, maybe. So that's where I'm going with that, and I just wanted to share that. So.
Mike Lane.
Didn't we do something with them last year about this?
We withdrew it.
Never did
Yeah,
anything.
because
Got
of an
withdrawn.
ownership issue, which has been
Okay,
resolved.
I remember some discussion.
Any other questions or comments for Drew? Rich, is your hand up?
Yeah, I was just curious if in the ban, there was any determination of our current bond rating, and was there any change there?
We're working with Moody's currently, and if I understood an email we got this afternoon, but I haven't had a chance to study it, I believe they did release our bond rating at the current one, but that may be a preliminary release as well. So
Thank
we'll be
you.
working with Moody's this week, and we'll let you know.
All right, thank you, Drew. Moving on to the agenda, resolutions added to or withdrawn from the agenda. No, okay. Then let's move on to the consent agenda. Quite a few advisory appointments. From the Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee to the Environmental Management Council, Elaine Tejan, seat number 7, at-large representative. J. Louise Bruce, at-large member. Christine Collins, Town of Ulysses representative. Steve Bisson, Town of Dryden representative. Stephen Nicholson, Town of Caroline representative. To the Strategic Tourism Planning Board, Monica Roth, agricultural representative. Jenna Kane, lodging representative. Bethany Parisi, arts and culture representative. To the County Planning Advisory Board, Heather McDaniel, economic development representative. Fernando de Aragon, transportation representative. Joseph Bose, housing representative. Leslie Schill, education representative. Andrew Zepp, land preservation, public land management representative. From the Health and Human Services Committee to the Human Rights Commission, Josephine Karsich, member. Peaches Gillette, member. And Teresa Fulton, member. To the Community Mental Health Services Board, Anna Tamis, member. Nicole Zulu, member. Kaki Wunderlich, member. To the Developmental Disabilities Subcommittee, Jeffrey Bowles, member. James Beaumont, member. To the Substance Use Subcommittee, Ron Schoeneman, community member. From the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee to the Air Services Board, Kate Supron, member, Cornell University representative. Jennifer Tavares, at-large member. To the from the Government Operations Committee to the Public Information Advisory Board, Linda Holzbauer. To the Historical Commission, Ruth Groff. To the Library Board of Trustees, Melissa Seidel, member. Mimi Campbell, member. Darrell Long, member. And Kathy Weinberg, member. Okay, from the Public Safety Committee, Resolution A, authorization to accept an award of a grant from the Park Foundation, Probation and Community Justice Department, ID 12139. Resolution B, authorization to accept an award of a grant from the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services, ID 12141. Resolution C, authorization to accept an award of a grant from the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services, Probation and Community Justice Department, ID 12156. Resolution D, authorizing an agreement for the implementation and funding of 100% of the costs for replacement of Midline Road, County Road 162, culvert over tributary to 6 Mile Creek, PIN 375734, of which qualified costs may be reimbursed from Bridge New York funds, ID 12153. Resolution E, authorizing a contract with Erdman Anthony for design and right-of-way services for replacement of Midline Road, culvert over tributary to 6 Mile Creek, Town of Dryden, ID 12154. Resolution F.
Pull off, please.
Thank you. Resolution G, delegation of authority to authorize certain tax refunds and credits of $2,500 and under, ID 12186. Resolution H, authorizing county administration to negotiate leases and extend offers of tenancy at the Tompkins Center for History and Culture, ID 12180. Resolution I, scheduling a public hearing for the continuation of and modifications to Agricultural District Number 2, located on the west side of Cayuga Lake and encompassing the towns of Newfield, Ulysses, Ithaca, and parts of Danby, ID 12165. Resolution J, acceptance of New York State Energy Research and Development Authority Clean Energy Communities Grant for improving health with portable induction cooktops, ID 12155. Resolution K, acceptance of grant funding from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation Municipal Waste Reduction and Recycling Program, ID 12164. Is there somebody that would move the consent agenda? Randy Brown, Travis seconds. We need a roll call vote.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
13 ayes. Consent agenda passes.
Thank you. Okay, standing and special committee reports. Workforce, Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Veronica Pillar, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. We met a couple weeks ago, went over our goals for the coming year, or a draft version, and we will be meeting again at the end of this month, February 28th.
Questions or comments for Veronica? Thank you. Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
You're muted.
Rich, you're muted.
After all these years of pandemic, I can't believe I still do that. Sorry, my apologies.
No problem.
The Public Safety Committee met on January 18th. We had a good presentation regarding the Rapid Medical Response Program, which looks like it's proceeding in order to launch operations around the beginning of April, which is really exciting. We are scheduled to now meet on Thursday, February 29th. The new meeting date for 2024 is actually Tuesday at 1 o'clock, the fourth Tuesday of the month. But because of the New York State Association of Counties conference that's occurring that week, we moved the meeting a couple days further on so that members could attend. So it's going to be on Thursday, the 29th at 1 o'clock. Other than that, I wanted to say we're going to have a presentation from URO, OAR, INHS, lots of acronyms, on the Sunflower House, which is the new transitional housing, to hear how that's going. This is for people coming out of jail and prison, and it's an immediate housing source for them to re-enter the community. And we're also going to have a discussion about goals for 2024.
Questions or comments for Rich? Thank you, Rich.
I had one other item, Dan. I just say our
Sure.
jail population is at 68, no board outs.
Thank you. Next up is the Downtown Facilities Committee, Randy Brown, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. Our next meeting is February 13th at 9 a.m. We're going to have resolutions about placement of departments within the downtown facilities, discussion about how we may do deconstruction of buildings from Terry Carlisle and Crowd, and other people have been looking into that and looking for grants. And then another resolution about actually deconstructing the properties at 300 and 308 North Tauga Street. So that'll be interesting discussion. So.
Thank you. Questions or comments for Randy? All right. Next up, Health and Human Services Committee, Shauna Black, Chair.
So nice to be back to my favorite committee. I feel like I'm at home again. So our committee meeting will be February 21st at 1 p.m. I don't have anything on the agenda. I guess we'll see what resolutions staff brings forward. I don't know if we'll do priorities this year. I mean, we might have kind of a loose agenda this year, maybe a few presentations, but I know that our staff is overburdened in HHS, and I want to allow them to do their work and not have to worry about tons of presentations and everything like that. So figure over the next week or so, I'll probably reach out to the department heads and just touch base with them.
Questions or comments for Shauna? Shauna, I'd like to add something. I have a report from the last HHS committee meeting, but I will put it off till next meeting. It's not timely. So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Housing and Economic Development Committee, Greg Mezzi, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. Excuse me, I apologize for doing that right in the microphone. We meet tomorrow at 3 o'clock. It should be an exhilarating and riveting meeting, hopefully. If not, sorry, it's just we're taking care of business. Our agenda is posted, not anything major. There's a few resolutions, a couple of updates, tourism, some planning department goals as it relates to HED, which hopefully we can adopt sort of as our committee goals. So we're in as much, to Shauna's point, as much alignment with our departments as possible as we move forward in the committee work this year. If I may ask, could I maybe advance the member filed resolution that pertains to this committee into the spot, or would that be a reorder of business?
It is a reorder of business, but if you would like to do it, I have no objection. Anyone object? Okay, you're on.
All right, if I may move resolution L, the acceptance of New York State Homes and Community Renewal Community Development Block Grant, Healthy Homes Rehab Program 4, ID 12194. What this is procedurally accepting a grant that we previously authorized our planning department to apply for. The reason why this needed to be advanced tonight and not through the regular committee process is based on a timing which is outlined in the memo submitted in the agenda packet, because it would essentially mean next Tuesday you'd have to sign it like right after so that it could get submitted and sent in on time and all those things. So the planning department asked that we move this forward, and I'm doing that. So I'm moving that forward tonight.
Greg moves. There is a second. Veronica? Discussion. Let's have a vote.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
13 ayes. Resolution passes.
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Lee Shirtliff, Chair.
Facilities and Infrastructure remains on the third Thursday of the month at 9 a.m. and our next meeting will be on February 15th.
Mike?
I have a question. I didn't want to hold this up earlier. This 100% cost of the replacement of Midline Road culvert, I mean, how did that come about? Like, who put in for that? I mean, that's amazing.
Mike?
If I could, that's a Bridge New York project.
Right,
And it's something that we've been working on for, ever since that culvert was approved, I think 2 years ago. And that's just the way it works. And we have to upfront money, of course, and then we get reimbursed.
No, I mean, I know kind of that. I didn't think they paid 100. I thought they paid like 90 or 80 or something like that. That's terrific. So congratulations on that.
Well, to everybody in the county, that's.
Okay. Anything else for F&I? Okay. Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Thank you. We met on February 1st, and Susan actually led the meeting because I was sick that day. We had some resolutions that we already did. We'll have a couple more of those resolutions at our next meeting. I don't know if there's anything you want to add.
That's great. Thanks.
Yeah. It was a good meeting. I will note that we do have different colors on our agendas this year. Thank you to Katrina and Brittany. And all the committees are changed up this year, so it's fun to see a little different color. And, and I do have a resolution.
Did you notice in the picture on the Ithaca Times, our chair has that color shirt on?
Oh, yeah.
It's actually emerald green, it just didn't print that
It
well.
looks like teal to me.
It does look like teal. Yeah, Geo is now teal, so we're going to win the Spirit Award again this year, so just saying. But I have a resolution that was pulled off, and there's actually was a copy in your red folders tonight. And I'll go ahead and move approval of the 2024 succession of members of the county legislature to serve in the absence of the chair and vice chair.
Mike Lane seconds. Discussion? Oh, did you want to say something, Amanda?
Nope.
Okay, discussion. Mike?
I moved the amendment in committee. Mike, no disrespect meant to you. It's simply, looking at your announcements and things, we thought it would be better if Rich came second, you came third this time.
I didn't take any.
Thank you.
We get to that point?
We've never had to use
The
that.
world's ending.
Never had to use it at all anyway, so.
But thank you for that. I appreciate you saying that. And, no, that's terrific. I just think that's a vote of confidence in me, Mike. That's.
Okay, Greg?
Yeah, since this seems to be a feel-good resolution, I would.
No, it's required by.
Our charter that but not the names listed. So I would like to make an amendment to this resolution to strike the 3 names listed and list in their stead Amanda Champion, Ann Corman, and Deborah Dawson.
There's
And I would move that.
Second for the amendment. Veronica? Discussion. Mike?
Why?
Because we've never gotten to that point, and I think just going based on longevity and then being able to make a switch when there's another political race being run, the names on the resolution really doesn't matter, and I would feel more comfortable with those 3 names in order of succession as opposed to the 3 names listed. But no offense to their ability as legislators.
Could you just repeat the names? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Amanda Champion, Ann Corman, and then Deborah Dawson.
Okay, the motion has been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? This is an amendment, sorry. Okay, we're going to vote on this amendment.
Actually, can I?
Go ahead, Mike Sigler.
That just seems like it would cause a lot of consternation. I mean, if we're going to come up with a theory behind something, you probably should do it not based on the people, just based on the position. Like it would go to budget chair, and then it would go to government operations chair, and it would go that way. I would much prefer something along those lines.
Greg?
I think that's a great idea for Geo to take up this year. Historically, this has just been something that's been done on seniority. So I think, Mike, to that point, it actually provides structure and a logic behind the order of succession. So I think that's a fair point. I don't know if we can address it for this year, but I think moving forward, we should definitely take that up as a policy change.
I had Veronica, then Amanda. I think Lee, you have your hand up too? Okay.
I was just going to say, if we're thinking now about how we do the selection, not going on seniority matches better how we select the chair and vice chair in the first place. It's not just the longest serving people we vote, and out of anybody.
Amanda?
Yeah, I was just going to say, happy to have this on the GEO agenda this year.
Sorry, Amanda, I didn't hear you.
I'm happy to have this on the GEO agenda this year to talk about if there is a format that we should have, or should we do it the way we've been doing it? But as long as I've been here, we've actually never talked about that, so.
Lee?
Having flashbacks to the emergency response days, but it seemed like in our county emergency plan, there was a line of succession that was set up in the absence of chair and vice chair. Might be something worth researching, but I think you've actually got something somewheres, and it named committee chairman after the chair and vice chair. And it had to have originated from something here in past history.
I would look
I appreciate your vagary, Lee.
Brittany and
Response.
Lee, can you be a little less specific, please? So I think we do have a continuity of operations plan. Could that be what you're referring to?
Possibly.
Okay. We can research that.
It's been a long night.
Yes, it sure has. And we have an amendment on the floor. Are there any more discussion about the amendment? Okay, so the amendment is to change the people on this list to Amanda, Ann, and Deborah. Ready to vote?
Randy Brown.
No.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Rich John.
No.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
No?
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
No.
We have 7 ayes and 6 noes. Motion fails.
Okay. I counted something wrong. Oh, I got you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, motion fails. Sorry about that. We are back to the main motion, which is approval of the 2024 succession members as listed in your red folder. Any further discussion on that? Okay, let's have a vote on that, please.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
No.
Susan Curry.
No.
Rich John.
No.
Ann Corman.
No.
Mike Lane.
Yes?
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
No.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black. Travis Brooks.
No.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
I have 5 ayes. 8 noes. Motion fails.
Okay, so we are left without a succession. That means we all can't be in the same room at the same time. Does the, am I correct that the previous resolution is still in effect then?
For the year, yeah.
Okay.
Call a special meeting, man.
I saw Greg and then Mike.
Yeah, I know this is a rule of our charter that we have to do this resolution, so I don't know if a failed resolution is an actual, can be a thing. Like, I think we have to come up with something.
Mike.
Well, seeing where our GO chair voted, I think we ought to return it to committee. I would move to return it to committee.
Travis seconds that. Discussion.
I think ultimately we all have to decide, so we might as well just try to work this one out quickly.
So we have a motion on the floor to return it to committee, which we will vote on. I mean, Greg laid out another possibility, but we'd have to still vote on this resolution. Any further discussion?
Rich has a hand.
Oh, thank you. Rich?
I'm afraid we're going to get into some circles here. I think everybody's very tired, and we have other business to attend to. I support Mike's idea of sending this back to committee. Let's take another crack at it after GO looks at it. Thanks.
I'll agree with that too, including we get a chance now to look up the continuity of operations plan and see if there is something in there for whatever that's going to be worth. So any further discussion on sending it back to committee? Okay, a vote, please.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
No.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes?
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
I have 11 ayes and 2 noes. We'll return it to committee.
Okay. Next, any more report or questions from Gio?
Yeah, I don't have anything else, or just that we'll meet the first Thursday in March. We're meeting at 10 a.m.
Thank you. Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Thank you very much. We met on January 17th, and one of the highlights was we talked about the agricultural district number 2, which there was a resolution setting a public hearing for the changes to agricultural district 2, which is towns of Enfield, Danby, Ithaca, and Ulysses. And those districts are reviewed every 8 years, and it's voluntary whether commercial farms want to add in or apply to add in into the agricultural district. So that public hearing that we voted on, that is coming up at the beginning of our meeting on February 20th at 5:30. And so I think we'll probably say a little bit more at that point. And one last thing from that meeting, the recycling average prices per ton, we heard from our Department of Recycling Materials Management, has gone up a little bit. And so we'll keep an eye on that. So we're hoping that continues to go up. So that's a little bit of good news, because for the past few years, the prices have been going down, the reimbursement rate that we've been getting. Due to the magic of rescheduling our time for this year, we are going to have a meeting, our next meeting of peak before before our next legislature meeting. So that's going to be on the 12th, on Monday at 10 a.m. And Dr. Pillar is going to chair that again. Dr. Pillar chaired that last time, and I will be remote for that. And a couple of the highlights that from that meeting will be, we're going to have a report from our Department of Planning and Sustainability regarding the NYSEG and the RG&E, the Rochester Gas and Electric long-term gas planning proceeding. And that's going to be an informational meeting. Every 3 years, they have to redo their plan. So come and take a look at that if you want to hear how we can get involved, or at least what the proceeding is on that. And we'll also be talking about our goals, but similar to what Legislator Black said for HHS. Generally, we'll probably do something similar, that figure out how we can support our departments, and but we will be looking at any suggestions from committee members on how we can set our own goals. I've heard at least a couple of ideas from folks, so please come and give your suggestions for that. So that's on the 12th at 10 a.m. And as always, there's no color shirt requirement, so just wear what you want to wear. And unless I forgot something, Veronica, I think that's it.
I think you got it all. And our color's apparently brown, so it's...
Brown,
Oh,
okay.
sand? Oh, sand, okay. Got to get some sand clothes, but not for this meeting.
I'm working on getting sand in my clothes right now.
Well, somebody's not winning the Spirit Award this year. Any questions or comments for Ann? Okay, thank you, Ann. Community Recovery Fund Advisory Committee. 2 announcements. One is our next meeting is now scheduled for March 25th at 10:30. And the second one is that our crack communication team, Dominic, Rob, I guess, put together this brochure. Is one in each mailbox, is that correct? Or not? One at each table. Okay, so all the legislators have one. I've got a couple. But these have not been circulated to the public yet, so you can sell them on eBay tonight for quite a hefty sum. Anyway, they're really nice. It's a report about the Community Recovery Fund. It gives a lot of background and then highlights a number of the projects that did get funded and what they're doing with it. There's photos, and then on the back, there's a list of all of them. So, good stuff. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What have you been saying? It's nice to celebrate successes or good news or something like that? Yeah. Thank you. All right, any questions or comments? Community Recovery Fund. Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. Mike Lane, Chair.
We will meet this Thursday, February 8th at 9:00 a.m. We'll be looking at some of the departmental goals furnished to us by the county administrator. We'll be talking about updating the living wage amounts that are paid to employees. And we will probably be talking a little bit about our direct report evaluations. And we'll have a busy meeting.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions or comments? All right.
Oh, I wanted to mention, we've already begun through our county administrator and our board office, we've already begun thinking about when we will have our budget retreat in April. More to come.
Thank you.
You never
Okay.
stop budget.
We've done both the member filed, so we're up to minutes of the previous meeting, January 16th, 2024. Does somebody want to move that? Greg moves, Travis seconds. Any discussion? Vote.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes,
Are unanimously accepted.
finally. Is there any unfinished business? Okay, we are going to go into executive session. So in accord with Article 7, Section 105 of the Public Officers Law, an executive session will be held for the discussion of the medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporation, or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation, and the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property, or the proposed acquisition of securities or sale of exchange of securities held by such public body, but only when publicity would substantially affect the value thereof. Can I get a motion to go into executive session? Veronica moves, Susan seconds. Any discussion? All in favor? Or do we need to roll call? We do need a roll call, sorry.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion, Susan Curry,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
13 ayes.
Okay, we'll take this, I won't have to take the screens down anymore, but we'll shut off the screens, shut off the cameras, and we'll reconvene in a few minutes. Oh, not shutting down all the screens. Rob, you know what you're doing, right? Rob knows what he's doing. Don't listen to me.